And welcome everybody to another wonderful day at the agency. I'm your magnanimous host, Agent Q. Today with me, Pixel Gone.
Hello, hello, hello.
Wait, did I get you?
Agent.
Yep.
What? What's wrong?
And today we
I
are
say,
playing Power Wash Simulator because Pixel needs me to help clean up his messes.
It's true. It's true. I do cause a lot of problems.
I said you made a lot of messes, that caused a lot of problems. Jesus.
Look, 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 look. I can do both. I'm a great multitasker.
Okay.
All right, so let me see. All right.
You gotta start
It's
it, then
weird
you have
that
to invite me. It's just then we can do co-op.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that you have to It's weird that you have to uh turn the turn co-op only on again.
What you do?
Yeah, like it doesn't stay on. All right, I turned it friends only, so you should be able to just join me now. Or were you under another oh, okay, hold on, I just send it that way.
Oh, I see you on. Oh, okay, yeah, that worked too, I guess. Oh, now what are we cleaning now?
We are cleaning an old car.
Wash me.
That actually says that actually, that's hilarious.
Oh, anything on this side? Nope. All right.
No, this is just one of the mini ones. So, to everyone out there, I have been surprisingly looking forward to this all week. I honestly thought that this wasn't going to be my kind of game from all the times I've watched people playing it. I thought, oh, that's neat, but I'm not going to enjoy it all that much. I'm not really like Kiyu is the one who likes optimizing things. You know what I mean?
I think this is why he doesn't. I would say he wouldn't like this because this isn't an optimization game. This is a meticulation game.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. I feel like we can properly optimize this. You know what I mean?
Oh, you definitely could. And I've been trying to do that as I go and learn, do all the other stuff.
I mean, I'm doing it like because this just kind of ends up happening, but I don't know. I wouldn't call. I guess this isn't really an optimization game. I still think it's amusing.
No, it's very much amusing. Okay. How did I... Oh. Nope. Yes.
It's one of those ones where I find it, like, I never thought I would, like, really like dad games.
You're getting old.
I was thinking, maybe when you put in a dad game in the form of a shooter.
Well, one of the quintessential dad game genres is boomer shooter.
You know what? I've been wanting to play more boomer shooters lately.
Hey, if you would like to play try some more Warhammer stuff, there's an absolutely phenomenal one that, like, just came out for Warhammer. Like, I saw nothing but, like, 5 out of 5s for that game.
You know that my,
Shut up, Danger. I know I missed a spot. We are getting to it.
You know that my one friend,
well, actually, I gotta pull your chat back up.
like, has a list of them on his thing.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching him. I like all the indie boomer shooters that are coming out look amazing, and I never got around to playing Doom Eternal, even though I've had it forever.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, I want to show you. It's called Bolt Gun. It's
So do you watch Austin Eruption?
I think I know who it is. I do not watch him though.
He just did a boomer shooter video yesterday, and I'm pretty sure Bolt Gun was in there in that list of things to watch.
Oh, like I said, like not only did it hit like the Warhammer community like top end, but it was also like, holy shit, the boomer shooter guys were like, this is fucking phenomenal. Are we power washing rust off this fucking thing? I swear.
I know. I noticed that like the door isn't like updating it all.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's like all that we've gotten like the basic gear off, so I've switched over to the heavy stuff.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah, it's like we have to like blast it off. So it's like the hard way. Yeah, yep, that works. We are doing exactly what you just said.
Yeah, no, but like, and funny enough too, it's because one of the things I kind of love, and I know it's intimidating for that franchise, all of the Warhammer games are canon. So like the entire franchise.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it also makes it really hard for like new people to enter.
Yeah, like that is still Warhammer's biggest problem. The barrier to entry is fairly high. But at the same point, you don't have to know any of the lore to... There are basically some hardcore bits of the franchise you just stay away from if you're new. The rest of it is built to be... Yeah, you don't know any goddamn thing.
See, it's weird, because like when we were playing that one, what was that other one?
Darktide?
Darktide. Yeah, it's like, it was such a cool looking world, but the world wasn't doing much to explain it, so I wasn't caring about what was happening.
Yep.
And I definitely find myself caring about a game more if I actually understand. Like, I actively try to follow what's happening in the stories. So, like, when I can't follow what's happening in a story, it means your story is bad, because I'm actively trying.
Yeah, no, I can definitely understand that. Although there are just a few games where you have to know too much fucking backstory to understand what's happening. Like,
yeah, there's also the times where I just I like to start at the beginning of a franchise if I can.
You're not doing that with Warhammer.
Yeah, but that's one of those things where it's like, that's how you know it's going to take a while to truly get to play it.
Well, no, with Warhammer, the beginning hasn't been written yet.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean is, like, you know, the beginning of where you can start, like, there's a bunch of good Mega Man games, but I wanted to start with one, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's... No, I want to go deeper into Warhammer, but at the same point, I don't know if you want to, like, hear about how crazy this stuff is. Because this is a rabbit hole.
You've explained a number of things about it.
I haven't touched the tip of the iceberg.
That's insane. What company makes that again?
Games Workshop. The only... Okay, yeah, no, I'll count it. The only bad part about the franchise is the company who holds the IP.
See, that's what I was thinking, because I know, like, right now, D&D is shooting itself in the foot because it's pissing off, like, same with, like, I think they're owned by Magic the Gathering owns the same...
Hasbro owns them.
Yeah, and they're just doing everything humanly possible to piss off their players.
Yeah, Hasbro's in some financial trouble. Games... Okay, so this is going to be the weirdest point in this franchise. Games Workshop has almost actively killed their own franchise like 6 or 7 times throughout the years. Like, well, their most recent one was they declared they owned all fan-made content on YouTube from their property.
Oh yeah, that's the fastest way to turn the fans against you.
Yeah, well, the problem was like there were some like big channels that still are Warhammer centric, and they basically said we own you. And
someone who's sitting here giving you free publicity, and you're just like, nope, we want the monies.
Well, okay, so the biggest, which they immediately, like, they said that, saw the reaction, and then they never took it back, but they never acted on it. But the reason they were doing that is because they wanted to make their own streaming network, producing their own shows from the Warhammer franchise. Because Warhammer is such a monstrosity of a property, you could literally make an entire streaming service out of it. I believe you honestly could.
Well, there are smarter ways to go about that. Like, talking to those creators and giving them specialized deals to work exclusively on your stuff.
Well, that's actually what they said they were going to do. Like, they were going to just start, like, hey, make it big on YouTube. We'll add you to the official thing. Like, this is how this was initially pitched to everybody. And, you know, a fandom that's built around making and doing crazy stuff with its lore and all that creativity, it was, like, everyone, like, they would say, yeah. And then they picked a couple they really liked and told the rest to get fucking bent.
That's,
But the other reason that the company in the franchise itself has not died is, what is the absolute best way to put this? You could write any kind of goddamn story you want in Warhammer, and they'll publish it. Their creative side has complete and utter control of what they want to do.
That's both good and bad. I feel like there should be some level of quality check.
Well, that's... Okay, weirdly enough, like, if you look up, like, the writers and stuff they get, somehow they just manage to knock it out of the park every fucking time. Like, the people, like, that have worked on their lore, books, and other stuff like that have gone on to, like, be, like, fairly high-end, like, story writers in Hollywood before. Like, it's absolutely crazy, like, how many times they just managed to hit talent, like, on the head. Because, like, okay, we've been actually spraying this for a minute. This card is deceptively irritating.
Yeah, I thought this was gonna be like a quick one.
Yeah, so did I. Like, I've recently like, you played that, like, the game you played where, Dark Tide, where, what do you think the story was there? Like, let me ask you that.
Let's see, we got, instead of dying in jail, we got recruited to fight, so it's basically like the same as Gears of War, and we're just fighting stuff. And there's like a bunch of different alien races.
Yeah, okay. No, technically everything on there was, okay, mostly everything was human. Okay, let me ask you this. Why am I not seeing anything all of a sudden? Are those limited? Nope, we've got all the big stuff. What type of franchise do you think Warhammer is? Like, what would you describe it as, from what you know so far?
That's space opera, space war.
Okay, I'm not gonna. Yeah.
It's kind of like how it's kind of like the same kind of concept as Destiny.
It's similar to that, but I would say it's closer to space fantasy. Because the major players in the franchise are, you know, the humans, which are like space knights, from what you can see, catch that. The Eldar, who are space elves. Well, they were known as the Squats back in the day, but they've been renamed the Leagues of Votann, which is space dwarves. The Dark Eldar, which are dark space elves, and orcs, which are just space orcs. I keep hearing the word
Eldar, and my brain goes to Elgar from Power Rangers.
You're not far off, weirdly enough. Okay, what the fuck do we have left here?
I feel like the bumper. It says the bumper is one of the ones.
That's the tailgate. That's the bumper.
There we go. Wing mirrors.
But, and, you know, what was it? The catchphrase of the whole franchise is, in the dark future of the 41st millennium, there is only war. The grim dark future. But it's like I said, it's a space fantasy through and through. Like, they've added a couple stuff, other races and all of that, but for the most part, it's just, Big bumper.
Door handles.
Okay, there's the bumper. But there's one of them.
I've blasted these door handles, and they're not going away.
Trying to get that. All right, it was the one you were just on.
Must have been from a... There we go, and I got this one.
Yep.
Must have been from a weird angle.
Yep. That was. They give you a lot less slack in that time around.
Yeah, normally like the little like things don't count that much, but holy crap.
Yeah. But it's very much
Alright.
like. I got 37 for that. God damn it.
All right, what do you want? A fire station, skate park, or a forest cottage?
Oh, let's go to the forest. That sounds the best to me.
All right.
Nope.
Let's see here.
Phone was not needed. Oh, yeah, no, we're gonna. Start with the wide nozzle.
Yep. Alright, so I was just curious if it was actually taking all of it off or not this time.
Nope. That nozzle's not going to work either. Let's go with green.
I mean, it's working for some of them.
Yeah, it's... You're better off going over the green, I would think. Because I'll get everything but, like, the smudges out. But, no, okay, so going over, it's like, there's just so much good lore to grab onto. It's... Like, I've talked to other people, and we've, like discussed, it's like, the best way to get somebody into Warhammer, at least the 40K, or 40,000 setting, is, what would you like in a space setting?
I mean, as far as what I do like in a space setting, it would be Halo.
So, okay. Yeah, okay, you're not... A bit of a joke, but one of the main human factions, the Ultramarines, would probably be your go-to then.
Ultramarines. I love the concept of that.
Oh my god, they are that to a T. Like... Oh my god, like what...
Have you ever played Broforce?
Yes. Okay, no, here's an actual quote from the series. So the supreme demigod of the Ultramarines, that's actually accurate. Because that's how they're all kind of made, taken from the DNA of basically a demigod superhuman. Was just sitting there polishing his helmet one day to be extra shiny and all that. Leader walks by. So I was like, soldier, don't you think you're trying a little too hard even for one of us? Sir, we're Ultramarines. Trying too hard is what we do. Carry on.
It was amusing.
I just one of those, yeah. And a lot of people, it's like, they're the kind of the white toast of the franchise as an ongoing joke. They're also, if you ever see anything Warhammer with like the blue armor, that's the Ultramarines.
Isn't that what they like show off for everything?
Yes. So like those people, because they're the most generic sounding, like basic people, like they get all of the marketing love.
Yeah, see, until we played, I didn't realize there was anything, like, I just thought they were just generic Space Marines, and that was all there was.
No,
Just
they're
generic
the
Space Marines
Ultramarines chapter of the Space Marines of the Emperor. So they're Ultramarine Space Marines.
It just makes me think of like how insane like my brain is comparing it to Destiny a lot. Because like I remember when I was playing Destiny, I was trying to really get into the story, and I just did not understand what was happening. And then someone said to me, "Look, man, the story is just space wizards." And I'm like, "Oh, it makes so much more sense now."
Yeah, which are also a thing in this setting.
Kind of weird that everything in that world is just completely insane.
Destiny or Warhammer?
Yes.
I'll accept that. Well, like especially like the orcs. Like I told you like how they work, right?
Yeah, they're mind over matter.
Yeah. So you want to know a little bit more about them at this point? It's like, all right, I have an auto spray. I don't need to hold down my button. I just realized that again.
Oh, I remembered that like almost immediately.
Yep, nope. So what they are is they're a fungus people. They literally grow out of the ground, get together, and then go fight something.
Yeah, I can see how they'd be a scourge.
Yep. Okay, so here's a little bit of context for this one, but so the Imperium of Man, the main setting for humanity, under the God Emperor. By the way, this doesn't stop getting over the top ridiculous at any point. Like it only gets crazier the more you learn. So when a planet's considered to be too far gone or too hard to capture, they'll do a procedure called exterminatus.
Is it where they just destroy the planet?
It's where they just blow the planet to fucking smithereens.
Yeah, that's what I kind of assumed by that name. They pull a Buster Call on it.
Yeah, no, very much that. And they'll just do that to a whole fucking world because the Imperium. Here's the weird part about Warhammer 40k. So you know how it like a lot of space operas and stuff like that, humanity's like the beat down, like we're having to hold back the menace and all this stuff.
Yeah.
40k, humanity has kicked every other race in the Milky Galaxy to the fucking curb.
Yeah, that sounds like more accurate what we would be doing. Like we always like make ourselves the underdogs, but let's be real, we're usually gonna be realistically we would be the evil ones.
Yeah, they are very much a xenophobic, militaristic war like cult.
So America.
Yes. Only combine the church with the military industrial complex.
So America in 10 years.
Oh, there's an ongoing joke of 40k is the true future timeline, and it gets more and more true with every passing year, and I don't like that.
I mean, if we get the crazy orcs, then maybe.
Yeah. But all right, so basically, nearly any mid-class ship in the 40k universe in the Imperium can just do an exterminatus by itself. Like the scale that things go on is absolutely ridiculous. So going back to the orcs. Orc spores are so resilient. Planets that have been issued an exterminatus order and had their atmospheres detonated, but then reestablished afterwards because they can also terraform. So blowing up the planet's not like a net loss overall. For a long run, orcs will still pop up on it.
Dang. See, that's the only unrealistic part. Is the first thing humanity would do would be like, all right, how do we wipe this species off existence? That's like that's what we're good at, getting rid of different species.
Oh, it's no, like no joke. Like the orcs are like one of the 5 species in the galaxy we can't seem to fucking genocide. It's to the
Yeah,
point where
unfortunately.
there's it became a meme. Then Games Workshop, because their story department knows what the fuck they're doing, decided to make it fully canon. There is a bit where there's a garrison world. Basically, when the Imperium is moving troops around, they just have them garrisoned at certain worlds. Like, so this planet has, oh, I don't know, what's 3 numbers past a billion? It's trillion,
A
sextillion.
billion and three.
What?
A billion and three.
Okay, just a stupid number of just soldiers. There are nothing here but people, like jarhead soldiers waiting to go shoot some stuff. And the planet's report is there's still some orcs on it.
Jeez.
It's some like just ludicrous. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, this is how hard orcs are to exterminate.
I still feel like we would figure out a way.
We generally do. It's just orcs also
There's
have the
one
power
thing
of
they could-
imagination, so.
Well, the secret is to trick them into imagining themselves away.
That just reminds me of more stories I've had for them because I think one of the ones I've had the biggest kick was I found out a while back was a story of an orc putting on a spacesuit going to go repair the ship they're on. He gets out there, he notices none of the other orcs are wearing their suits, and he says, "All right, boys, don't you know you can't breathe without a spacesuit in the vacuum?" And they all suffocate.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And it's just like, fucking orcs.
It sounds like, it seems like it'd be really easy to beat them. An army comes running up and just like, you have just one giant smoke cloud just go off, right? One giant smoke cloud, and have someone yell out, "Unleash the instant killing orc gas!" And make sure all the orcs hear it.
Well, you have to convince them of it too. And they don't understand what a death gas would be.
You don't have to tell them it's a gas. Unleash the orc killing cloud that instantly kills orcs.
Yep. Like I said, like canonically, it's like the problem is like you have to, like I said, make them believe that. And know that most of them can't speak. Well, it's called Gothic in 40K. So like, I see your argument, but
I mean, I feel like we would figure that out really quick.
yeah, that might also okay. So, you know what humanity is also really fucking good at?
Being stupid.
In what way would you say we are the best at being absolute moronic at?
Screwing ourselves over for money.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll also say bureaucracy.
I mean, that's the same thing, right?
Well, when your government's also the church, it's
Even worse.
yeah. So one of the things that the Imperium has is they are the absolute best no matter what. So even though realistically an orc is a 8-foot tall monstrosity that could literally tear you limb from limb, grows out of the ground, and takes several high-powered rounds to kill, Imperial propaganda has them listed as small, weak, roughly 3/4 the size of an average human male, and very cowardly. And this is what the masses believe most orcs actually are. And if you argue otherwise, you can be labeled as a heretic and executed.
That's really dumb.
Oh, it's Oh, so you work with repairing and doing some of that. You know how you have that if you repair it yourself, you void the warranty kind of bit on it.
Yeah. It depends on what it is, but yeah.
Yeah. That applies to all technology because the machine cult has declared that tech heresy if you don't have them fix it.
So, wow. So the future of like Apple, neat.
Only more priesty. For the better or
Gee,
worse on
that's not
that end. Like remember the
Apple could get worse.
yeah, like remember the guy in the red robe who fixed our weapons?
Yeah.
That's a tech priest.
I don't like them.
Only they have the honor of working on the technology of the machine spirit, or the machine god, which is also the physical manifestation of the god emperor. It's absolutely fucking glorious.
It's madness, is what it is.
Yep. Oh, and most Space Marines will actually agree with you on that too.
Just not out loud.
Oh no, they'll directly say that because the okay. So what makes a Space Marine was all right. So the God Emperor, the absolute ruler of mankind.
Neat.
It technically could be in lore. Yeah, he wasn't called that because he wanted to be. He was called that because he could bench press a city with his brain if he wanted to.
Yeah, I could do that.
And shortly afterwards, genetically engineered 8 near perfect sons. They're not perfect. They are a Greek cohort of a pantheon, who from their DNA distilled like the genetic modifiers that make Space Marines into the 8-foot tall super soldiers that they are.
Kind of crazy.
Yep. Not like the Ultramarines. They're what's called their Primarch, the person they get their DNA enhancements from. He is basically his home planet's Sparta, basically.
Well, damn. Also, real quick, how did the chimney get pink graffiti on it?
It's a witch's house. How do you think anything happened here?
That's fair.
Drunk college kids.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's also yeah. Yeah, so Ultramarines are also Spartan warriors.
This is Sparta.
Like, I'm not even like legit joking. They keep their world in a semi-feudal state, so it's actually like trained like literal Spartan warriors. Then they, you have significantly proven yourself and are inducted into the Marines themselves, where you're taught like advanced weapon techniques, all this stuff, like technologies. The use of technology is just input into your brain, genetically modified to be like the super soldier you are. Because 40K does not like to waste any of its fantasy stuff. So all of the fantasy archetypical worlds of every age are in that world too.
They just threw everything in there and said the hell with it.
Yes, exactly. Like there's what was it? The planet Attila.
The Hun.
Yes.
Jesus.
Or what is it, like the Death Corps of Krieg? Aesthetically, they're Nazis, but
because every universe needs those.
well, they're Nazis for the Imperium.
Because every universe needs those.
So, like, what their planet, like, what their, like, that whole world's, because they have lore for all this shit too. So what the Death Krieg's lore is their world, like their planetary governor tried to secede from the Imperium. The Imperium very much was like, we don't care enough to deal with that at the moment. We have some other pressing issues, so have fun for a bit. But they had one regiment of like Imperial Guard soldiers on there, who was very much like, heretics! We will destroy this world, and went into like a, 50-year siege until eventually, like, okay, they're going to lose, and hey, what's all that stuff flying into the atmosphere? Dude nukes the shit out of the planet. Just like, World War III post-apocalypse. Then to make sure they've killed every other heretic on the world, the Death Corps goes into underground cloning vats, which are highly illegal in the Imperium, like heresy level stuff. And all right, we're going to continue this siege for the next, I think it was like 100 years after that, until finally they are able to purge the entire world and then get it back under their control. To which they recontact the Imperium at whole. Heretics have been purged. We are ready to re-give our tithe. But because, illegally nuked a planet, illegal cloning, you guys, you got to repent. So the entire planet now is just a guard world. The only thing they do is breed more Kriegsmen to fight for the Imperial Guard. That is this planet's only purpose. The Death Corps don't consider their duty done until they're dead.
So they're everything that corporate overlords want.
Yes. $40K is the darkest timeline, but in all the funnest ways.
Oh, see, then it's not our future. We're not going to get the fun ways. We're just going to get the boring stuff.
Well, it's the fun as in it's so horrible you can't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be the boring stuff for us.
Yeah. No evil space fungus trying to kill us.
I mean, if the Flood shows up, the Flood shows up. That's what the Flood from Halo is. It's a space fungus.
Yeah. Which, the other thing I will say is, I don't know if anyone's ever told this, but hey, Warhammer was actually supposed to partner with Blizzard to make an RTS, but they turned it down for, I think it was Activision at the time. Blizzard was so far along in their development, though, they decided to rebrand and release the game.
As what?
StarCraft.
Bum, bum, bum. I played a lot of StarCraft as a kid.
Yeah, the Marines from that are based off of 40K. Like, those are, like, the base Marines are very similar to the Ultramarine design. The Protoss are supposed to be the Eldar. They got the biggest overhaul. And the Zerg are a race in 40K called the Tyranids.
All I ever did was Zerg Rush.
Yep.
I was not good at that game. I played it so much and I was so bad at it.
Oh, no. It's like, I started learning, like, what actually it takes to play the fucking thing, and it's like, oh, this isn't fun now.
I never even tried. The idea of competitive, like, never even occurred to me. I was too young to understand what competitive gaming was.
Alright, I'm talking more of StarCraft 2, to be fair, but...
Well, Kigu told me that when he was growing up, he was, like, trying to play it, like, professionally. He was really good. And then I guess he visited the Philippines or something, or South Korea, and got to play one match in the South Korean servers, and then he quit.
Oh, yeah, those, like, they, like, literally trained for that shit, or at least they did. I don't know if that's still big over there or not.
If it's not, something had to replace it.
Honkai Star Rail.
I feel like that's not a competitive game.
Genshin Impact.
Also not a competitive game.
Are you sure? I swear I've seen PvP mode that.
Okay, I don't think it's competitive in like the way that like they like make money and hold tournaments on it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I mean.
I know Hearthstone was getting close to taking it over before Blizzard fucked up on that one, or Activision fucked up on that one. Whoever you want to blame for Blizzard becoming shit.
To be fair, I never cared that much about Blizzard. I liked StarCraft, but it was not like Blizzard falling did not mean anything to me, honestly.
All right, see, like I picked up WoW back. Like I played through StarCraft, I played through Warcraft, I picked up WoW for quite a bit too. Even like, oh, this is actual shit. Like I think I played through Burning Crusade, like the end of Burning Crusade through. What was the one after Wrath?
I have no idea.
Yeah, so I was deep into that WoW grind for a while.
I have never played WoW. I had a friend, I was watching him play it a little bit, and I was like kind of interested. And then he was showing me the video of it, and then it turns out it was like sped up. So when I watched him play it for real, I was like, no, that's too slow for me.
I can understand that. MMOs are a very particular style of play.
See, there's a thing. I always know that if I played MMOs, there would go my whole life. I know I'd get addicted to it, so I've always actively avoided them.
Oh. See, I have a short enough attention span, I don't have to worry about that.
And there's just too many games I want to play that it's just like, I don't want to like give my everything to like just the one, you know?
And I don't think I would play a game like WoW anymore, but Final Fantasy XIV has kind of hooked me for how good the story has been overall in that game.
Yeah, Final Fantasy was one of the ones where I was considering it just because I love Final Fantasy and I've beaten most of the I've beaten most of the numbered games. Numbered wise, I've only haven't beaten 9 and the online ones.
You've beaten 5?
Yeah, I've beaten 5 twice. I love 5.
You're the only person I've ever talked to that's actually played 5.
Oh yeah, I like my friend. So when I was a kid, my friend let me borrow his copy, and I beat 5. And then when it came out on the advanced, I beat it. I've even borrowed I even own a Japanese copy of it in the box now. Freaking love 5.
What's the story of 5 for you?
The story of 5 is essentially a ragtag group of people. They're basically two worlds are kind of like this one villain's trying to take over 2 different worlds, and they end up merging together.
Okay, so that is 5. Okay, because a lot of, like, the problem is like before, like, even 6 backwards, people get kind of confused on what game's what.
Oh no, I remember which one 5 is. 5 was the second Final Fantasy game I ever played after 7.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because like I didn't like 7 was the first Final Fantasy I played, and it didn't even like occur to me that the game was called 7. You know, just like how I played Chocobo's Dungeon 2, and never occurred to me like, where's Chocobo's Dungeon 1? Never came out in America. But then my friend had Final Fantasy Anthology, which is 5 and 6, and he let me borrow his copy of 5, and I wasn't even 100% sure what I was playing.
Okay,
and
yeah,
I
no,
struggled
damn.
with it for a while. Huh?
Although, if you ever want to go through 9, there is a co-op feature on that.
There's a co-op feature in 5 as well, the same kind.
Oh shit, because so you've never played 9?
Nope, that's the only one I haven't played.
Okay, here's the thing though. 9's the first one I've ever played.
Yeah, like, so most people, like, I think most people either started with 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9.
Yeah, no, there's definitely not. Most people either came in, it feels like 7 was the big one, 8 has a little following, and 9 has the like the other half of it. And then there's some older people who have like 6 and 7, or like 5 and 6.
I'm pretty sure when it comes to it, I'm pretty sure 7 and 6 are like the most popular, with number 10 being right after it.
Yeah, 10 got a lot of people into it.
I mean, well, it was the first one for the PS2,
Yep.
and 10 is also really good. I haven't played it since it came out, but I do have the HD remakes that I would like to go back and play at some point.
Don't ever try the like the final extra boss. Holy fuck, is that a bitch? But man, if you were ever up for it sometime, doing a co-op play of 5 or 9, I would love to be up for that because I don't know anything about 5. You don't know anything about 9.
I definitely wouldn't mind the 5 one. I definitely see myself just playing 9 on my own. It's one of those ones where I wouldn't want to like. It's the same reason I'm not streaming like Final Fantasy Rebirth. I kind of just want to sit there and enjoy the story without having to, chat or do any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I think it's like the main reason I don't really like stream RPGs unless they're like co-op RPGs. Is like I just want to sit there and immerse myself in the story.
Yeah.
I'm also not 100% sure. I'm curious how those kind of games would even like if they'd really be any good co-op. Like I know you can do it, but it's just like saying, hey, like you're basically. I think it's still just standard turn based.
Yep. Well, you can do the active battle system too if you want to.
Yeah, but I mean that's mostly just like one person has to remember to be the healer, and not screw over the other for the most part.
Yep.
Realistically, you could still do like, hey, do this or they do that. Solve the. I don't know. I don't know. It feels like that kind of scenario works better if you were playing what's it called? Something like where both players have like the party, so that you can resurrect them instead of dividing the party up.
Yeah, that way you're not like each trying to have your own plan and fucking the other one over.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's like a certain element of coolness playing the game together like that. But I mean, realistically speaking, you could just tell the other player, "Hey, make sure you do this." You know what I mean?
Yeah. But at the same time, it makes it so you don't have to micro everybody.
I mean, I get it, but there's only like in Final Fantasy V, there's only 4 characters.
Yeah, what if I only want to control one?
I guess, but the thing with the 5 is also like they also have like you can have every single job in the game, and so like it's kind of like the cool part is experimenting, getting the different job abilities once you've mastered them, but they take a while.
Yep.
Like the job system in 5 is probably the best job system of all the Final Fantasies.
Well, that's the one thing I kind of love and hate about Square is once they perfect a system, they almost always abandon it afterwards.
I mean, Pokemon does that too. But it might just be so they don't sit there and like rehash the same stuff over and over.
Yeah, that's where I'll kind of give it. It's like, no, hey, we got this to its best. Let's try something different now.
I mean, to be fair, if you really want a good job system game,
Bravely Default.
yep, that's exactly where I was going.
Bravely Default, Bravely Second. I can't stomach Bravely Default 2.
That's the only one I haven't played yet. I own it because I got it on sale a few weeks ago. I have not played it yet, but I have played Bravely. I have beaten Bravely Default and Bravely Second.
Okay, so as far as I can tell,
record.
this game is so detached from those stories too.
That's disappointing.
Like, I think like Yahtzee summarized it in like one of his videos. Like, I picked it up, gave it a shot, and then this magical princess told me to find the 4 secret crystals, and I put it down. Like, it feels so fucking generic. And not like just even like in a bread and butter kind of way, but just like,
oh, did you beat it?
I did not.
Okay, so because here's my thought on that. The game, all of them started out feeling very generic in the beginning, and then they went crazy, especially towards the end.
Yeah, they all went crazy. Like, I'll give it to one. Well, two did not, like, Bravely Second felt really out there. That
With
and
the moon.
the moon, and oh my god, to this day, I still will pick up the, what was it, the, oh, what was it? What was the villain? Was it, it's some, it's, is it, was it, no, was Lord Duke, what was his title?
I don't remember, but it was the one character's brother.
Yeah, so his name, something Oblivion. Like, the Duke of Oblivion. His theme is so fucking good. Just one of
See, I've
those,
been thinking,
the music sold it, like, sold it for me.
see, I'm thinking about replaying those soon because I just got my modded 3DS back. So, and like, so I have like two modded. Like, I actually screwed up, and I basically have two modded DSs. But the problem with the modded DSs is that the way to get the audio into the computer is you had to put it like in the microphone jack into your computer jack for the microphone. So the sound quality is nothing special, you know.
Yeah.
But with the 3DS or the new 3DS one, it's just a standard connection of a micro SD, and the audio and visuals are just so good for the capture. So it's like, oh, well, I could just capture. I could just like I could record. I could basically record my 3DS now perfectly. My new 3DS, so I can like just I can stream it, capture any kind of footage I want, no qualms.
Oh yeah, didn't you do that for one of the Sonic games?
Yeah, I did, but that was with my yeah, I did that for both Sonic Rush games. But that was with my normal DS capture card, so it wasn't as good.
Okay.
This is the new 3DS with the higher audio quality and visuals. So, and I tried the normal DS on there, and it does work like wonders. So I have that as an option now. Unfortunately, so I know that Nintendo took away like the online for it, you know.
Yep.
But I found a website that basically lets you host and do online stuff with it anyway. So it's like one of those things where, like, man, if everyone else had those things, we could just play them all online.
Did you do that modding yourself, or did you send that out to do that?
I sent it out. So with my the original DS one, I tried the modding myself, and I have taken my original DS apart entirely with the screen and everything like that, and I can put it back together. But the problem with the mod, so I could actually hook the mod up without too much trouble. But the first time I did it, first of all, I'm not very good with a Dremel, so it did not look good. So that sucked. And for whatever reason, no matter how much I like messed with it, I just could not get it to like after it jiggled a little bit and just would no longer display an image, and I basically screwed it up. So I just contacted the guy and said, hey, this is what I've done. I took a picture, and like I just can't get this working. Any ideas? And he actually just said, hey, just send it to me free of charge, and he fixed it for me. And I'm like, and it looks amazing. So when it came time to do the new 3DS one, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna pay him to do it. And it was like, I don't know how much is combined with the mod versus how much the service is. But yeah, I just dropped the $200 and just had him do it.
Well, that's something, because I have a 3, because I've been debating on doing that, because there are some like DS stuff I want to do, and not getting the emulator for that no more, but
I mean, I still have the emulator if you want me to send it to you.
I could get that, but it's also one of those things, like, the controls feel better if they're on a DS, it feels like, too.
I agree. The only time, so it's like, Prez sent me the one Digimon game, with the mod, that's the English mod. So I'd have to emulate it. That, or I'd have to, like, see if I could get Homebrew on the 3DS and, get a Homebrew update mod for it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I can understand that. Yeah, because Bandai had an era where they were like, America doesn't want more anything anymore. We're just going to stop porting stuff over.
That's not true. They're like, America wants Dark Souls. And nothing but Dark Souls.
Luckily, it feels like they've learned that lesson's not fucking true, or somebody over there realized, oh, we can't just be a domestic company, or we shouldn't be a domestic company anymore. So I think there were like more people were making like Bandai like mods, ports, and all this stuff just because people were like, I want to play these games. We're gonna just play the fucking game already. So I know like Super Robo Tyson and like a bunch of the Gundam shit. We're just getting like fan ports over, and Bandai was like, no.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I know they had the whole big ban. Nintendo helped with the whole ban of the Switch emulator, and I'm actually here for that. It's
Yeah, that's like a current consoles.
Yeah,
that's a little weird, guys. That
yeah,
feels like
it's like
stealing.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I didn't realize players were gonna like steal newer games. Of course, they were gonna steal newer games.
Everybody, like, they're saying that for lawyer reasons. I bet anything.
I know they are, but it's like, yeah, obviously that's what they were gonna do. Like, look, it's a little gray area with the fact that the Nintendo, like with other games, like say like Mario World and stuff like that. Nintendo technically has a legal way for you to play a lot of like the the good Nintendo, like like
Not as much
if
as
you
you would
pay
think,
20
but
bucks.
yeah.
I mean, if you, I know, but if you, I know I have it, but if you pay $20 a year, you can play pretty much the best Super Nintendo games, with the exception of a handful. Like, obviously, you can't play like Turtles in Time or Chrono Trigger or like the Final Fantasies, but you can play all the Mario games and Zelda and Metroid and Earthbound,
Yeah.
and Donkey Kong. So it's not like there isn't a good selection there.
Oh, I pay for like the extended version. Like I have the N64, Game Boy Advance, and Sega Saturn. I think it is.
It's not a Sega Saturn; it's a Genesis.
Okay, the Genesis.
You're not gonna see a Sega Saturn, because the thing with Sega Saturn is it is very hard. So Nintendo's already been kind of caught just kind of borrowing other people's emulators to make their thing, which makes it a little like iffy in itself. But the Sega Saturn is apparently very hard to emulate. It's definitely not a 100% accurate thing. Like, I know it's gotten a lot better, and because I have a friend who really likes emulating Sega Saturn, but it's not that good at emulator. Realistically, what you want to do is, if you have a Saturn, which I do, and I haven't tried this yet, but I want to do it at some point, is just like burn the games on the ROMs on a CD, and then just play it on the Saturn.
Yeah. No, the next one they're gonna do is we're gonna get the Dreamcast port.
I wonder about that. I feel like Nintendo. I would like to know why Nintendo isn't doing GameCube.
Yeah, maybe the Switch 2 or whatever the fuck their next console will have that.
I don't know. I mean, they could be saving the sell. Like, I know that, or they just want to pull what they're doing with Paper Mario 2.
Yeah, because Paper Mario 2, Twilight Princess. Is it weird we don't like we only like we have the N64 ROM port, but we're not getting like an updated Paper Mario 1?
What do you mean by updated?
Like, okay, so 1,000 Year Door is getting like it's getting a full like remaster for the new game, kind of like they did with Metroid Prime. Yeah, that one too, actually.
Yeah, but like Metroid Prime's an actual. Okay, so there's a difference between a remaster and like an HD remaster and a remake. I haven't played the new Prime, but isn't the new Prime like a full-on, like basically built from the ground up remake?
Yeah.
Well, that's a little different.
I said, well, so is the new Paper Mario.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just HDifying it.
No, from what I understand, it's a remake.
Huh.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like, oh, it feels weird we're getting that for, like, Paper Mario, like, 2 and not 1. Hell, Mario RPG just got that work done.
Yeah, you know what? Okay with that.
No, that game, like, yeah, I still want to play that through that myself, honestly.
I need to pick it up. It's just haven't had time to. Actually, so ironically, Mario RPG was I think the first or second game I ever emulated as a kid. Like when I learned about emulators as a kid, my friend pointed out to me, and it was like the summer, and like I didn't have any like USB controllers yet. I didn't know they existed. I ended up like I was like one of the first people around where I lived who learned what those were. So I found them like randomly one day, and I was like, guys, we can play arcade games using controllers now. And so we did that, but yeah, so I would only play turn-based games where it didn't matter, and Mario RPG was basically the first one I tried. And then I think that or Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, like Super Mario RPG is such a fucking hard game to find.
So the thing is, I sort of had I had a copy of it originally when I worked at Goodwill. Someone had brought in a copy, and I bought it. But my roommate like was a really good friend, and he really, really wanted it. So I hooked him up because he always helps me out with a lot of things.
Yeah, that's nice of you. But no, always yours. Always serve best. But
I mean,
yeah.
it doesn't matter anymore. He died, so.
Oh shit.
Oh, I hadn't seen him in years.
Oh. So it really didn't matter.
I mean, I found out by accident. Nobody actually told me, so it's like okay.
Wow.
But I know that me and him I'd gone to the the midnight thing for Smash Brothers and Pokemon, and we played in a Pokemon tournament on GameCube, and I ended up winning because one of the reasons was I was matched later, and he was like the only one who's gonna beat me technically, but I got to watch him play and learn like the little tricks, so I beat him.
Oh, you must have
So
known
when I
about
moved
that.
out, no, he wasn't. But when I moved out, I gave him I had the prize was like one of like the official posters that you see, like those plastic posters, and I gave it to him when I left.
Oh shit.
It was like for Pokemon Omega something. Yeah.
Yep.
Go with that wall.
Oh yeah. What do you think of the next Pokemon remake we're getting? Because apparently they are just going to continue that.
You mean the new Arceus or the new Arceus game?
No, we're getting a
Legends.
what was it? X and Y. We're getting a remake of them.
No, it's not a remake. It's Legends. It's a Legends game. It's a whole new game, like in the same style as Arceus Legends.
Yeah, no, are you talking about Pokemon Z?
Yeah.
Are you? Yeah, that's set in the X and Y stuff. It's also the sequel to that.
I know it's the sequel to it, but it's not a remake of X and Y.
I'm saying it's a sequel, as in like, Ruby Red, Alpha Sapphire, Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
I mean, I don't think so. It's more of it's an Arceus. It's like the Legends game. It's kind of like how, did you play Arceus?
I have not. I've been wanting to.
Okay, so Arceus is not it takes place in like the Diamond and Pearl world, but it is in no way, shape, or form like those games. Like it takes like in that it takes place like 200 or 300 years in the past.
I'm familiar with the story. Just I haven't gotten around to do it myself. It came out at a point where
really
I was playing like a fuck ton of other games. I was just like, I do not have time for this.
No, well, it's really good. It's probably one I never really like went further with Pokemon Scarlet. Like I wanted to get back to them, but
the
it
DLC
was really,
sounded interesting,
really
but it's like I'm very like,
No, I understand. It's one of those ones but I just haven't gotten back to it yet. But I really, really, I 100%. I almost 100% at Arceus. Because you have to do certain things. All I didn't do was like the extra DLC mission. There's like these extra missions in the DLC that's like, hey, what you have to do is like basically these special challenges where every Pokemon has like a specialized battle, like against an opponent that they're technically like would struggle against, and you have a set move set. and it's just these really hard battles with every single Pokemon in the game. And I was just like, no, I don't feel like going through this with like 200 battles. But I got like both credits because there was like 2 type of credits.
Yeah, like that. Like I said, well, Scarlet Ruby is just like, that game had such a bad launch.
It's a shame that they didn't like fix it with any real updates.
I've heard the DLC was like brought a lot of people back, but
Yeah, I was watching another streamer playing the DLC, and it looked fun. Like you can like take control of the Pokemon and be the Pokemon.
yes, Morgan. I just don't know what the hell happened. I hear people say like, oh, because of the show they had to release it this time. It's like, really?
Okay, so the way it works is, with all the games is there's a schedule for release for like the card game, the show, and the games all have to come out at the same time. So if they don't release the game, then it doesn't make then the show has it in the card game don't keep up with it and they fall behind on everything. And like one of the things that really like made Pokemon work when you think, especially when you think about it back then, is that like the original game. Like if you picked up the original Pokemon, the original one, like you could play Pokemon, you could play the card game, and you could play and watch the show, and the information kind of went between them all, you know.
Sorry, in the show it didn't really help you too much, but
I mean, you still like the things like elemental weaknesses. And remember, this is you have to think about when you were a little kid. The idea of how the elemental weaknesses work, like flying is strong against like fighting, things like that. That all carries over. I mean, there's obviously differences.
Pikachu can beat Brock by himself.
Yeah,
Thunder
as long
Shock
as you
to
still have the water
victory.
sprinklers. Yeah, as long as you sprinkle the thing with water, it's guaranteed. But I know. But the general concept is that, you know.
Yeah, no, it's like I understand, and it's.
I mean, there's also that concept like with Arceus, they released the cards at the same time. So it's like, oh man, I love this game, and now I can go get the cards of that Mon.
Yeah.
So I get it, but I feel like maybe they should probably have like
Either lower Game Freak expectations for what they need to make for a game, or
I think maybe their plan is instead, if this is smart, is to have a different team who's not Game Freak making a Legends game every year, and then let the Pokemon mainstream games happen at different times. Like instead of every year with a mainstream, just make a side game every then, you know.
Oh, kind of do what I don't think of another franchise that does that, but like the first thing that comes to my head is like how Yu-Gi-Oh releases like side sets.
Yeah, essentially.
Like,
Just like have side games. You can introduce a few new Pokemon with it, and it would be fine.
or different forms, just because we're getting less anal about that now.
Well, a lot of the new forms have been pretty good.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like people for a while were like they were so like. Do you remember like when people didn't like the forms?
Okay, when they didn't like the forms, it's because they weren't like Alolan forms or different. Like the new things with like Alola and stuff is that it was is that it's like a different regional specific. Which is like what real animals actually do. It's like, oh, this is kind of like how this animal would be in this region. Where the other forms are like the genies have 2 forms because they have 2 forms, and every legendary can transform, and Melanetta can transform, and it's like that was what everyone's problem was. It was just constantly like this form changing gimmick as opposed to yeah, put it right here.
No, I got to get this window.
Oh yeah, this window is bad too. But yeah, that was essentially what it came down to. Is people were like why does Garantia have 2 forms? Why does Meletta have 2 forms? Why does Shaman have 2 forms? That kind of stuff was the people's problems.
Yep. I definitely understand that too, because that did get fucking old.
Alolan forms are a little different because it's just like it's not like they're switching between them. The original's still there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's just in this part of the area, this is how it works.
Which I'm very for that because it's like one of my favorites is fucking Zorcry, and like seeing the fucking ghost form was goddamn cool as fuck.
Wait, what is it?
Zorcry.
Zorcry?
The fox, like dark illusion.
Zoark.
Zorak.
Yeah, that's not Zorcry. It's Zoark.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, well, that's different. That was a Pokemon ability.
No, I meant like it's Arceus form. Like seeing those pop up in games like that now is very. Oh, hey, my favorite Pokemon gets a new form.
Yeah, the regional exclusives. Yeah.
Yep.
Timber frames, front eaves. What's an eave?
It hangs over the windows.
I'm trying to figure out where this is. Oh, hold on. Front eave. Okay, so it's got one. Oh, got him. So timber frames.
Oh, there's one. Oh. All right, there's the one. But I would also love to see like other Pokemon spin out, like Pokemon Conquest. Like, why can't we get more of that? Or I know Detective Pikachu and Rangers was like popular.
You know, I haven't actually tried them. Like, I haven't. I wanted to play Conquest, but I never ended up getting because like every time I had a chance, I didn't have the money to buy it at the time. Yeah. And then trying to think, I never played the Pokemon Ranger series, but I'm kind of on the fence about those because like we both played Digimon World 2. I know it's not as bad as that, but it's those the dungeon games because I also played the Chocobo's Dungeon too, and those games can be like
they can be bad, but
tedious.
They can be also like they are a genre for a reason.
I know, but it's like, man, they can be really rough.
Right, where the fuck are these? Yeah, it's like I'm checking the roof. It doesn't appear to be the roof, but
oh, I think the timber frames are the bottom things.
Yeah, they are also the bottom too. I'm also kind of just floating around like, where the fuck are these things? Oh, I'm moving so fast to make myself goddamn dizzy.
I feel like I kind of move slower for some reason. Oh, found one. Alright, so I think there's just like one left, right? Oh, found it. Bam.
Thank you. I'll see you. Hey, how's it going? Ooh, right, we can check our progress on this.
That place was actually bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, that was a yeah. We're having to get more and more detail. I'm starting to understand why this is a 30-hour game now.
Well, it's funny when I looked it up. It said only 15 hours when I looked.
I don't know. Maybe mine was maybe mine the thing I saw counted like all the DLC and stuff.
It's possible. Just stopping in the store. Because I have enough for the next level item. Alright. So,
I'm gonna stand here staring at you.
well, I'm in the menu, so I can't actually see you. Skate park or fire station?
Oh, you pick it.
Alright, skate park it is. Alright, so I got equipped my new item. I don't remember how. I do not remember how to equip it.
E.
Go. Power washer. Heavy duty.
What was this place hit by a mud storm or something? Holy fucking Christ!
What?
Look at the size of this place. Like, come over here, take a look.
Oh boy.
Switch to the wide nozzle.
Yeah, I just went down a whole like lane and all I did was 1%.
I can't even do the wide nozzle on this one.
How does it get so dirty just skateboarding?
Skateboarders are just as filthy, I guess.
Jeez.
Although, honestly, the games I want, Bandai, next Digimon game. What the fuck?
Wait, what does that have to do with this?
We were talking about Pokemon games we want to see. It's like
okay, so that's what we were talking about. That's what Prez's next video. That's what Prez is making a YouTube video about. Actually, like Digimon fans are so desperate for new content that the game's quality has been suffering because people just accept whatever.
Oh, I mean, okay, let's be fair. The Digimon games have never been, like, great.
No, I've only played 1 through 4 and the racing game, so I can't like sit there and like talk as an expert on it. But yeah.
But you never played Stories?
No. I own them, but they're on like my to-do list.
Oh, dude, you'd probably love the shit out of those.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it's one of those concepts where, like, I love RPGs, but I have to be ready to sit down and play something that's long. I think one of the things I really like about retro gaming, usually, is that a lot of the games can be beaten in a day or two. Where, like, I have to be ready, like, so I want to start the new, like, I have to, I'm going to be beating the DLC this weekend, but it's like, my mind is in this place where it's like, alright, play new Final Fantasy, but I know it's going to be very time consuming.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Stories, well, hackers are not data, what was the first one called? Cyber something? Cyber Sleuth, that was it.
Cyber Sleuth, yep.
Cyber Sleuth and Hacker's Memory. Like, Cyber Sleuth, okay, I liked everything but the ending to Cyber Sleuth, and then Hacker's Memory kind of redeems it. But there is a reason Wormmon is now, like, one of the redeems on my channel in the notification thing for now. That game sold me on that fucking Digimon.
Which is crazy, because I know, like, like, 02, I was never like,
Yeah, it's like, Vmon, I'm very meh. Armadillomon, meh.
I haven't seen them in a while, but there was a user that used to pop into my streams called the Epic Vmon, and he loved Vmon.
Vmon has a weird, like, I'm not saying it's like a bad one. It's just it's always been very meh to me.
I mean, I'm generic. I love me some Agumon.
My favorites. I'm going to say Guilmon for posterity, but I think most Digimon fans will say Renamon at this point, though.
I need to watch 03 again, but I never really cared for Renamon that much. I think the other thing with the Agumon, aside from like Digimon being the first, like 01 being where I started and stuff like that, I love War Greymon. I love his design. I love everything about him. So it's like,
Yeah, I'll definitely give you that. 03 is good, but watch the fucking sub. Don't go and watch the dub on that one.
When I was a kid, I was watching the dub, obviously, but because it was like I stopped getting up early to watch stuff, I never saw the end of it. I mean, I rewatched the dub of 01 recently, well, not recently, but like a few years ago, and I still thought it was really great, and I feel like it wasn't just my nostalgia talking.
No, 01's dub isn't bad. 02's dub isn't bad. 03's dub could go shoot itself.
Dang. I mean, that's kind of how Yu-Gi-Oh worked too. Yu-Gi-Oh's dub worked fine, but it's nostalgia probably, but it's mostly fine. But after the first season, like after Duel Monsters, like GT was kind of intolerable, and you had they never dubbed the final season.
Oh, don't remind me. Well, okay, so Tamers had the same problem GX did. Is it was a little too dark. What they thought American kid audiences would like.
I mean, so the thing was, I liked that it got dark, but I didn't like I hated one of Jaden's great character things was he was annoyingly overly happy, but I felt like towards the end, the fact that they kind of just broke his love for the game was kind of disappointing. I know that Yugi helps restore it at the end, but it just feels like,
Well, how far did you watch it?
I saw the whole thing.
Okay, so you got up to the point where he fuses with Yubel then?
Yeah, I watched it to the end.
Okay, yeah, so weirdly enough, it's not the fact that he doesn't like the game, it's the fact that he actually has high school blues at the end.
Yeah, well, he seems like he's just kind of I get his high school blues, but he seems like he's genuinely depressed because so much evil in the world kind of just killed it for him.
Oh yeah, it's very much he finally had the hard wake up of you're not in a good world.
Yeah.
Which yeah, no, it's that was pretty heavy, and 03 or Tamers, I generally feel. Doesn't quite. It might go even far. How much of Tamers did you get to?
I watched pretty far. I remember seeing Leomon die, but I never really it's been so I genuinely didn't watch it enough to really I don't remember much of the story, honestly.
Okay, because yeah, the D Reaper arc is fucking brutal. Which is the last season.
Yeah, weren't they just killing Digimon left and right?
Well, none of the main Tamers Digimon died, but the real world under siege. So it's you remember how dark it was when Mellow Myotismon popped up in the real world for a little bit?
Mellow Myotismon or normal Myotismon?
Mellow what was his kaiju form?
That was Venom Myotismon.
Venom, yeah, Venom.
Yeah.
Do an entire season of that.
That was my favorite season. But then that was also the season where they ended with freaking War Greymon, and they introduced Megas.
Well, same thing with the D Reaper saga. That's where you get all your Megas from.
Yeah, but there's also the concept that the whole time in 01, they had been I didn't know anything about the pocket games and the handheld games. All I knew was the show, and they had been talking, oh yeah, ultimate level Digimon. That's the final form. Then all of a sudden, Megas have happened.
Well, I think the thing was in the games too. Megas weren't a thing yet.
Well, that just makes it cooler.
Yeah.
I mean, I still remember the morning, like, 'cause I was at a friend's house, and he didn't actually like Digimon, but he was asleep or getting ready for a soccer game or something. But I remember getting up at his house and turning his TV on, and I remember watching the freaking, the first time, they warped Digivolved. And just like, this is amazing.
Yeah. No, definitely on that.
That's why I want to play, the PS, like, I have it downloaded, but, like, with the that PSP one, where you actually play through the 01 story.
I didn't actually know there was one like that.
Yeah, it never came out in America, but it's one where you actually play as, I guess, Ty and the 01 kids.
Oh, that irritates me to no goddamn end.
It's got a fan translation.
Yeah,
It's also exclusive on the PSP.
yeah, there's that too. No, but like Tabor's ending gets so fucking brutal because oh, I don't even want to spoil for like the shit that happens in that one. But like
It's surprising considering it starts with them like playing with trading. But I mean, this technically speaking, the series kind of starts brutal because the whole concept is that they have to murder other Digimon to power up and get stronger by absorbing their data.
yeah, and it's like you take that from a kid action, but then like the moment you step back, you're like, oh wait, those are living things. I think it was like what with Ice Devimon, like to start with, like it was one of those oh fuck kind of moments.
I don't remember. I mean, I remember them doing that to Ice Devimon, but I don't remember them like realizing it. You know what I mean?
Well, it was the fact that Ice Devimon was like trying to like be Rika's tamer, and it was just very like holy fuck. Like this other monster, like just going like, yes, I like what you do. Oh.
I mean, I thought the idea that it's kind of cool that Digimon were like trying to actively get tamers.
Yep.
I mean, there was a whole thing in 02 about how like they didn't want to kill Digimon.
Oh yeah, but like when the first generation like had to step up for a minute and like, no, these need to go down. They were all like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah, I remember like it was weird because like Kyrie was having the problem with it, and Ty was trying to explain, look, this is kind of just how it has to be. And I was thinking to myself, that's a good lesson. I don't feel like Kyrie should be the one getting that lesson because she was, even if it was late, she was a part of the 01 cast that dropped Dark Masters.
Yeah, the Dark like fuck, like her whole scene with like the Numamon and stuff too.
Oh yeah, well, but there's a difference between Shidramon or killing them all and her killing them.
Well, it's like she helped kill the Shindramon.
I know she gave Agumon the power to do it, but it's not like she did it. But I mean, like Angel Woman put a freaking arrow through Myotismon's heart, and
yeah,
and stuff like that. So it's not like it's. I feel like if we were gonna have a character who was upset about killing the Digimon, it should have either been Yoli or Cody.
I would even accept
Not
Davis.
Yeah, I'm about to say not Davis. And we could have had Ken relapsing on the whole, like, or not relapsing, but like after like coming to turn, like, you know, he was like
trying to be a good guy, and now it's like, oh, we have to do this.
Yeah, that also would be good character development for him. Not Davis. Let's be real, not Davis.
Yeah, he was.
Look, I like Davis, but that's not his character.
He was. I loved how it was like, oh, Davis was never the leader of that team.
But he had the goggles, so he was the leader of the team.
Fuck, I would say TK was more of the leader than fucking he was.
I feel like TK should have been the leader. But I'm pretty sure Davis is unofficially the leader because, I mean, he had the crest of courage and friendship, so he had Matt and Ty's thing, and those were like the ones fighting for leader position.
Yeah.
And he was also the first to Digivolve, and he was the first to second Digivolve, and he was the first to DNA Digivolve.
Oh, he was the main character. Don't get me wrong on that end, but
Well, you know, that's with the English version. They said, like with the Japanese versions, there was never supposed to be a main kid. They were all supposed to be important, but the way 4Kids or Fox Kids did it, they like decided to turn Ty into the main character.
no, that would have been 4Kids at that point too. But
Are we sure about that?
yes, because 4Kids is the one who fucked up the third dub, and they had the rights.
Yeah, but I mean the third, I'm pretty, maybe in the future, but I mean I'm pretty sure '01 and '02 was still Fox Kids at the time.
I'm fairly certain that's
Yeah, because it switched over to like because they switched over to, I remember because they had like that Fox Kids Bowl, and they had '01 and '02 having the Fox Kids off.
God, that was the one. I remember that being cringy as a kid.
No, I think that's one thing I miss. Like, look, I don't want to go back to watching TV and working around a schedule on TV. So streaming is where it's at. But I do miss the fun bumpers.
Yep.
Those
Well,
were
that's
fun.
actually one thing I'll still give like to Nami. That's the one thing that like makes me want to go back and watch that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, hell, sometimes on YouTube I have some of the bumpers saved from the old ones. They're so good.
yep.
They're
Well, even though
fun.
their new ones have been great. Have you followed like the reboot storyline?
No.
He has a reboot storyline.
Another one?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the storyline this time?
Well, like, okay, how far do you know in the story?
I mean, I remember seeing the first and second, and I think third Tom dying.
Okay, so you know like what they basically did for like the reboot. Then they brought back the Invader. If you remember that old fucking story arc.
I remember playing the freaking Flash game associated with that.
Yeah. So for the reboot, what they do is they bring back the Invader. Tom has to pull. Oh, what's the AI called again? I always forget her name. I don't want to say Navi, but Sarah.
I know who you're talking. Sarah, yep, that's something.
Sarah basically pulls a like partial bits of Sarah out of the core and detonates the ship. Like the Absolution gets
Nuked.
yeah, basically, because he has to sacrifice it to kill the Invader, to kill the other ship coming at him. It's gone. It's just.
I mean, it's cool that they're still doing that in general.
Yeah, it's like he lands on a desert planet, finds a shelter, gets Sarah back in working order, but like he's still like beat up, crunched, and like they did like a couple years of that. Like he's just kind of stranded out in this world, like rebuilding stuff, repairing himself.
Yeah, I remember seeing that, and I thought, this new design is awful. He looks so lame. Like, they got rid of his, like, sunglasses appearance, and I'm like, I get that the sunglasses thing was 90s, but he made it work.
Well,
It was
here's
cool.
the thing: it's like if you look back at the design, he's damaged.
I didn't realize that. I just thought they had just changed it for the sake of change.
Yeah, no, it's all damage mark. It's like it's wear and tear, which then after like getting the outposts are on back in operations, it's turns out to be another ship, and they get this like giant gravity ship looking thing.
Dang.
And it's like he gets like all this new stuff. Sarah gets basically rebuilt back to full power with the ship coming online.
But doesn't she actually look like Navi now?
Well, no, she looks closer to maybe at that point she did for a minute, but now she's like closer to Fee.
You.
Yeah, but in a good way. Like, I like her. I don't like it. It's like she reminds me. Like that's the best comparison I can make. But it's like
I mean, to be fair, I like Fee's design.
it's basically Fee's design. Yeah. So
good Fee, cool.
and then we had our next big arc where the ship kind of autopilots itself back into like this giant space yard. And Tom finds an entire space station of Toms. Kind of like, what the F? Turns
He's
out,
a
like,
robot.
yeah,
I'm
well,
not
it's,
sure what he expected.
yeah, it's like, well, it's like, why is my design just all over here? Kind of moments. Turns out his design had been, like, um, kept up by, like, this alien race as a slave class. He uses, like, his own programming to, like, give them free will, liberates the space station from them, but they all jump on his ship and leave him behind as he's trying to fight them off.
Wow, so he saves them and then they steal his ship.
Yeah, well, he tells them to get on it, but yeah. So, yeah, there is just a ship full of Toms out there in the universe now. Um, the Tom Collective.
This is amusing.
Yep. So he ends up fighting them. He takes some more heavy damage in the fight, but as the aliens are fighting it back, Sarah's able to get him into a repair bay. He gets a full upgrade, and it looks fucking. It's his old design, but like heavy armor.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah, like almost the Master Chief kind of looking style.
Yeah, I've seen it. It definitely looks cool.
Yeah, he comes up with that, and he's just like, okay, round 2 with Tom 5.0. And it's cool as fuck. But gets control of the space station, all that stuff.
I feel like,
And that's where they
So with
sat
the-
for a couple years again.
I feel like with the way that like they're trying to monetize stuff with like adding ads and things to everything, they should if companies like YouTube and stuff are gonna force ads on everyone, I think we should bring back the bumpers.
I might start watching them just for some of them, honestly. Give me a YouTube bumper. Google, buy Toonami.
No, don't. They'll ruin it.
I don't know, like if you bring over like the studio for that, like for like a YouTube
Yeah, but-
branding.
I feel like they would be like, this isn't cost effective, and they would just get rid of it.
Maybe. YouTube kind of needs a better brand going for it because Google's starting to get kind of pissy for everybody.
I mean, to be fair, I know that the how it works, but I don't tend to think of Google when I think of YouTube.
I do,
Why?
because I know they're joint companies.
I mean, I know that they're joint companies, but I don't tend to like. It doesn't feel like they run it the same. I don't know.
Yep. Thank you, Yuki.
Hi, Yuki.
He's lurking.
I don't know. I get what you're saying, but for me, I just don't tend to. I know that they're connected, but they don't like. They're not as prominent together. You know what I mean? In my mind.
Yep, I can understand that.
Because it feels like other than the search engine part, Google doesn't really do much with it.
That's what I'm saying. It could be an interesting brand, but and then the last bit of the story I caught up on, like, so I think it was like 3 or 4 years they just had Tom in this space station, kind of doing his thing. Then it was one day, it's like, hey, we have a ship incoming. Like, oh, cool. Maybe we won't be stranded here from now on. What's the ship? It's the Absolution? Like the original Toonami ship.
Dang.
Like, pulls up like it's getting like a full CGI overhaul. Kind of bit. So it looks a lot better than it used to.
I thought it looked pretty good. And when you think about the time, that was really good for 3D.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna argue that, but I'm saying it's like it gets the update it deserves, kind of thing.
And
And
graffiti off of this.
yeah, and it's one of those. They're like, wait, from like the past. They have gotten into some time travel shenanigans before. Like evil Sarah from the future has appeared.
Heh.
And Tom's just
You
like, okay, Sarah, I think we need to talk. Sarah, it's like, okay, you can't blame me for this. It's literally you. Yeah, but you can't blame me for this. It, but then scans through the computer. It's like, no, wait, this isn't from the past. It's from 5,000 years in the future. What?
How did they tell that?
Onboard computer.
I feel like we could just fake the dates.
Well, you could, but it's like one of those like, okay, that's feels like a very odd thing to do.
I suppose.
So they're like, okay, you know what? I don't want to be stuck on the space station anymore. This is a working ship. Let's go. Let's just see what happens.
I don't want to be stuck on the space station anymore. But all you guys do is watch anime. Shut up.
Yeah, but would you want to be stuck on the space station watching anime for all eternity?
Yes.
Instead of a spaceship?
I mean, does it really matter? It's not like I'm looking at space. I'm looking at the anime.
I know, but every so often you just... Oh, come on. You know what? Tom is the Doctor Who of fucking anime.
That's fair.
Oh, that's the crossover we need. Doctor Who and Tom.
Doctor Who killed itself for me. I don't care anymore.
What point did it do that for you?
The 13th Doctor.
Was that Capaldi or the female
female.
one? Okay, yeah. I heard a lot of her stories were just very...
So, let me be clear. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. 'Cause I thought, hey, look, okay, so like, the end of Matt Smith's run was getting kind of bad, you know? So it was good when he switched. Capaldi had some good episodes, but he was carrying it because the stories just weren't as good. They're getting a little too political and, like, up their own ass. And,
yeah, the writer was getting a little too into it. That's why he actually stepped away. Like, he was like,
I know,
you know what, I'll
God.
well, especially, like, he did it, like, gracefully, too. He wasn't like, fuck you all, screw this, I'm out, or, like, the scandal case. It's like, you know what, I've had my run, I don't think I can take this far. Let's pass the...
Yeah. It's one of those concepts where I'm
At least as far as I know.
Well, no, you're right. But it's like, as far as it goes, it's like, when it came to the Doctor, he was always a very inclusive character to begin with. Like, I distinctly remember David Tennant's version going, like, when one of the girls was like, but that guy's blue, and he goes, like, they had been doing, like, he's like, I know, isn't it amazing? Like, he was always just so excited to see new types of people and characters. He felt, like, really genuine about his love for the universe. And now it feels like they're trying so hard to put a message in there. But Capaldi, even when we were doing that, Capaldi was such a good Doctor that he, like, even when it wasn't being, like, the best, he was carrying it really, really hard.
Yeah, it felt like that old cranky Doctor, but, like, not that, like, I'm sick of, I hate it's like, no, I'm just old and don't give two fucking shits about anything anymore.
He even did the thing where he played guitar sometimes. It was kind of silly.
Yeah.
But, I never watched the old series. I saw, like, one episode of the Fourth Doctor, and I watched the very first episode ever, and I realized I'm not gonna be able to get into the classic Who.
Yeah.
So I wasn't even gonna really try.
Well,
But,
it's like I said, it's one of those, like, that old, like, the old guy who never quite lost his, like, spunk, but is still kind of the old guy still. And that's what Capaldi felt like. He's like, I don't get...
And Capaldi, the big problem with Capaldi is that he just got some really, like, Missy was amazing. Like, his first story was, them trying to find who was the like, what happens when people die thing. That was an amazing storyline. Stuff like that was amazing. I like commentary to popular. I liked Clara, but I didn't like her ending. Like, I feel like they really should have. I feel like properly killing her off would have really messed with the Doctor's head. It would have been a good path to take.
I don't know. Like, at that point, he's had enough trauma.
I know, but like a lot of his character development is him overcoming the darkness, and he had been starting to finally do that, and having something that like having his fault be what got her killed would have been a good way to push that back again.
I don't know.
Plus,
I think they also
plus
kind
it,
of wanted a character they had in their back pocket to bring out on a special occasion.
maybe, but it's also like I don't think they did that, and I don't think they're going to do it. Plus, man, like that the whole arc with what's it called, the hybrid was so bad. Like, it had so much potential. They kept doing all these like, well, this could be the hybrid or this could be the hybrid, and the final hybrid was just such a letdown. The hybrid is the Doctor and Clara just not like being. They shouldn't be together. They're too dangerous when they're together. It's like that is terrible. They could have used that as an opportunity. Like they should like they had a whole thing where they're gonna like bring back the where they made it look like the guy who makes the Daleks was going to essentially use the Doctor's DNA, and he was going to be the hybrid. They should have done that. They should have turned him into a. They should have used him, turned him into a Time Lord, and had it so that he could regenerate. So you had a young, new, regeneratable Davros.
Davros. Yep.
Davros. That would have been cool.
I don't even remember that arc.
Yeah, it was one episode, and it was like it had so much potential. It like I remember it really well because the episode starts with a Doctor in a like around a sand pit where there's hands coming out, and it looks like kind of like zombie hands, and they're just sitting there watching, and it's kind of creepy. And there's a kid saying, help me, please," who's trapped in there and during this war. And Doctor's like, "I'll do it." He's trying to calm the kid down. "What's your name?" And the kid's like, "Davos," and he's just like, "Oh no."
Oh no, okay. I remember that episode. I don't remember like anything about a hybrid though.
So the whole season was about who is the hybrid, and they kept like inferring that it was Arya Stark who was the hybrid because she kept showing up.
You don't even know the actress's name. It's like that's the character who played Arya Stark.
Yeah, exactly. That is 100% accurate. I don't know her name, and I've never known her name. But yeah, so that's like I don't know. They did a lot of good things. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I really liked their Christmas special where he met the first Doctor. I thought that like it had a few really big flaws in it, but I really liked the whole concept of it and how it worked out. The biggest problem with it was so like the idea like they put a little too much of the politics into that one. Like the idea was that it's like the brigadier's dad was there, the first Doctor and the newest and Capaldi, and they're just like showing contrast. And in the beginning it's great because it shows like the first Doctor wasn't relying on the screwdriver and stuff as much, and basically like, yeah, you're not relying on yourself and things of that nature. And this is what the new, even though he's technically older by appearance and stuff like that and design, like he hasn't lost his luster for life like where Capaldi has, and who was debating on not regenerating again. So it was really like fascinating. But they wanted to do that thing where like they wanted to do the comparison thing, like, oh yeah, the old timey versus new timey crap. And the thing was that would have worked. Like, so he at the time he had that one companion who was like the lesbian black girl.
I actually didn't watch Capaldi all that far.
No, it was like the last Christmas special with him. But he had like this the black girl who was a lesbian, and that was fine, but because like she had a lot of spunk and attitude. And she gave that spunk and attitude to the first Doctor, and he acted like she was supposed to be a stage hand, like a helping hand type person, like because the first Doctor took place in the '60s or like the early '60s or whatever. I don't know what it was. But see, here's the thing: they brought a guy who's fighting in World War I, which was the Brigadier's father, and having the Brigadier's father act surprised, like, this is so weird. Like there's a black girl here, and she's talking back, and she's a lesbian. Like that makes no sense to me as a person because of the time period I'm from. That would have been fine because that makes sense, and there's chemistry and learning there. Having the first Doctor act like that too makes no sense because realistically, while the original show had the trappings of the time, the character should have been traveling through time, like not just the past but the future. We already have acknowledged that he's from a world where you can regenerate as a woman or any color and stuff like that. The Time Lords, like that attitude and character should not have surprised him. It's like, really, you didn't jump to the 2000s and all the time traveling, and you never went past 1960s in that world, really?
Yeah.
Especially from a world that's way more advanced. So him acting like that, like I know it was a ploy on the old writing. It didn't. It was just like you're trying to get across the message. The message would work with the Brigadier because he's from World War I times. He shouldn't have knowledge of the future. The Doctor should have knowledge of the future.
Yeah.
So his character, I feel like, makes no sense.
No, that's what they
like.
Yeah, it's the Time Lords weren't like okay. They were specious. They weren't racist though.
Yeah. So the concept being is that like, and the Doctor was a break from that too. So realistically, that shouldn't have been a thing for that. So it's weird. It should have been more of a focus. And his like, I mean, there was only like minor pop-ups, but the majority of it should have been like comparing like the optimistic early Doctor versus the pessimistic Doctor who's experienced nothing but darkness lately.
I mean, they did do nothing but darkness, but it's like he's had a very rough time of it in the last couple years.
Yeah, but that's what makes his character so good is that despite it, he keeps going.
Yep. No, I will not argue that. It's
like he's such an inspirational character. So when the 13th Doctor came along, I heard people going, "Oh, I can't be a woman" and stuff like that, and I'm kind of like, I feel it, but I'm going to give it a proper chance. And I watched.
Yeah, I've heard the writer for that whole season's already been canned, though, too. Because that writer did not keep their mouth shut about what people thought about their show. Because it's like, once again, okay, yeah, people are going to take that shit, but please don't go out like, well, you guys only hate me because you're being sexist and racist.
When he's talking to that giant eyeball, and he's like, so basically, run. And it just turns tail, and I'm like, that's a Doctor. That's the freaking Doctor. And then I was like, I'm in for Matt Smith. I'm in. He won. He proved it. Episode 1.
Yeah,
the whole time I was waiting for can't remember her name anymore. But the whole time I was waiting for her moment where she was the Doctor, and it never came.
Yeah.
It never. Maybe they did it in another season, but I shouldn't have to wait a whole season for her to be the Doctor.
Yep. No. Tennant hit it really good, really quick. In his introductory episode too. Once again, it's like, oh, is it the person like tries to double cross him, and he just flicks
he throws the ball, knocks the door, he goes, no second chances. I'm that kind of man.
It's like, I'll give you a chance now. I won't just wholesale slaughter you for doing this. It's like, I will sit down. I will put every goddamn chance for you. And if you say no at the end of the day, then the gloves come off.
Yeah, he was so powerful in his role, and so it was just like, man, I don't know. I just couldn't.
Well, you felt better because Matt Smith felt like, yeah, he still had that, but he stopped. He didn't have the hate in him anymore. He was very much oh, you do not fuck with the people I love, or I get serious.
He basically yelled that once. I remember him. I remember like the one lizard girl just kind of like jumping at him saying that, like he was like so startled at like him actually threatening someone. It was so good, and I was just like, man. So, and like I said, I was just waiting for the 13th Doctor to be good, but then every episode was also trash. And like, if Doctor Who was always like progressive as a show, you know?
Yeah.
It was always about the good message, but the message came second. The story came first. In the new ones, it's just about the message, and it's like I already know Trump bad. I already know Amazon bad. I want a good story.
Yeah.
It's like, just because you tell me Amazon's bad, like, you didn't actually tell me how to change anything, because the character stopped Amazon by blowing them up.
Yep.
And then the doctor saved them, the lives of the people. It's like, congratulations. You didn't tell us how to fix anything.
Yep. Or even Capaldi was like when they had like when he looked at that face, it's like I know why I have this face, and he remembered like the that actor when he was in Pompeii, like playing that role. Just like
Yeah.
don't ever give up. Like just do what you can as you can.
Well, so there's the thing. Capaldi also grew up with Doctor Who, and it was his dream to play the Doctor. So he brought what it took. Like even with the bad episodes, he brought his A game to being the Doctor. He respected it. Where the other girl, she specifically said that she never watched a single episode. She says, "I want to bring my own character to it." It's like, but like you can bring your own twist to the character, but you need to know the character. You can't just be your own character. Like
Yeah.
the Doctor has a few elements to them that carries over between every Doctor. Like a
Yeah,
certain level of compassion.
You know, ironically
empathy.
enough, the way they describe regeneration, it's like all the same experiences happen, but I'm a different person.
Yeah, that's how it works. But but all of them are like every Doctor is supposed to be a genius. Every Doctor is supposed to be like kind of like
They're a
empathetic to an
goofball,
extent.
yeah, too,
I mean,
generally.
yeah, a little bit. But like that could vary between Doctor, but they're all supposed to be geniuses. They're all supposed to care. They're all supposed to like show what it like. They're all supposed to be like. They don't turn to violence to stop things. They try
Violence
to solve
isn't the
problems.
answer. It's very much I'm going to negotiate unless I don't specifically I have to open with nukes. And
Yeah.
even then, it's
I
going
mean,
to be here's my nukes. You want to go a couple rounds.
yeah, there's supposed to be hope. Like I think like one of my favorite
And
moments
that's
in all Doctor Who was the very first season. Everybody lives. Remember that
yeah.
with
Just this one time. Just this one time. Everybody lives.
and the fact that like and obviously this is early in the show, so it's like you don't know, you haven't seen the old I haven't seen the old episode. You don't know how many times people are dying, but the fact that like he's in this situation and he is just truly happy that everyone gets a happy ending for once, and it's just like seeing him excited like that is a defining moment for a character in my mind. It's like this is a good character who truly cares, and it's
You know,
like
this isn't a weird anti-hero. This isn't doing it for like. It's like this is somebody who wants to go out and have fun, but he sees somebody in trouble. He's going to stop and ask if they need a lift.
it's like well, it's kind of like that one when David or not David Tennant, when Matt Smith meets up with Amy for the first time. She's like, "Oh, and he says the things from the very first Doctor, like, yeah, we just monitor, we just watch and learn." And then the first thing he does is go running out to help the crying child. And she's like, "I thought we just monitored and watched." And he's like, "Yeah, but there's a child crying." She's like, "So you monitor unless there's a child crying." Exactly. Like he doesn't even stick to his own rule for more than a minute
Yeah, it's
because he
very
wants to
much
go
like
help someone.
well, it's like that too. You kind of see the evolution of the character. It's like, at that point in time, like he didn't really care too much. Like he tried. It was like I'm going to uphold everything as much as I can, but it's like the minute I start bending it, it's like I'll bend it as far as I can without like repercussion.
Well, the general
help
concept
somebody.
was the original show, the oldest version of the show, was meant to be an educational program. So that's why history was supposed to kind of stay intact.
Yep.
And they just abandoned it, and I'm here for it.
Hey, this. Oh, I can. Okay.
like
Got up on the side.
A good example is I actually read I was reading I think it was the IDW. I don't remember which comic series, but I read one of the comic series. They even had a comic series where they had a crossover between all 12 Doctors, and it was really good. And it picked up on one of the oldest storylines. Remember the one guy who
Okay, I gotta.
who had his a chip put in his brain, and Eccleston left him behind. One of the earliest ones.
Yeah.
Like the news. Yeah, they followed up on that storyline, and it was really good. And it's like, man, I really miss good Doctor Who. I really miss Doctor Who. but they really killed it. It's like, it's really sad because I actually believe in the messages that they're trying to teach, and they're making me hate those messages.
Yeah. One thing I
It's
will
like,
say is also one of my favorite comic book characters actually comes from like Doctor Who lore, comic lore.
who's
Death's
that?
Head.
I don't know who that is.
I sent you the picture of his comic. I will yeah, I'll
I'll
bring
look at
this.
it later, but yeah.
I was on just I was gonna say it's like just for like the weird stuff he did too. It's because like this is a canonical Doctor Who character from that. You know where he's from?
Nope.
The Transformers universe.
I can believe it.
Okay, take a look at him. Like I see you on Discord. Like pull that up really quick. Just
Hold on. I have it like behind like 2 other screens.
just get more monitors like Kigu.
I only have so many monitors.
You need more
That looks
monitors.
dumb. That looks dumb.
Oh, he is. Here's the thing. He's like his quirk is he finishes every sentence with yes, like with a question.
So basically a One Piece character.
You're not wrong, and I kind of love that fact honestly too. Just because what the fucking. Oh, actually, hold on. I already did that. Never mind. I will.
There's
I
a
will
thing on here like
push this up
skate
on.
park 4.
I will put this up on my stream, just because I want everyone to see this glorious comic.
He's being very generous with the word glorious here.
All right, that's just going up in the corner. This is a Doctor Who character who got like spun off into his own thing, got big enough to get his own comic series, is now a established English comic book character. God damn it, you Brits! You do some amazingly weird shit sometimes.
And we love you for it.
Yes.
I saw something the other day about like I guess they have a new like channel called like a streaming channel called like Brit TV, and my brain was thinking, part of me wants to watch that.
Like
I know it got. I heard it got bad, but I only saw the beginning, but I remember liking Sherlock in the beginning.
Yep. Well, that's the problem. British will run any show into the ground eventually. Like
I mean, a lot of people will do that if it makes money.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck show is it? I think it's called like Dwarf Star or something like that. It's like if you ever hear like enough British like commentary or anything, they'll bring this show up to you at some point. It's like, oh yeah, this was like one of my favorite shows. It's like, okay,
No, it wasn't.
Kind of. It's like, yeah, by the time they got to like season 7, it was like it really started going downhill. And I don't mean like American season 7. I mean like British hour-long, 20 episodes seasons.
As far as it goes, the only show I could think of that's been running that long that's still amazing is One Piece. The only show that's ever done it.
Oh god, yes. Oh, fucking.
But I think part of the reason One Piece still works so amazingly is because there was like, it's not like I feel like stuff like the non One Piece like other shows, they didn't plan that far ahead. It feels like Oda has planned this from the beginning, so therefore he's been able to keep it compelling by giving us just enough information as we watch. You know what I mean? So every time it feels important.
Yep. Which I've been saving One Piece for a minute, but it's about to go on hiatus. I think I'm going to catch up on the comic again, or the manga again.
I'm only watching the anime right now. I've never watched the manga, but part of me wanted to, but it's just like...
Watch the manga?
Yes, I want to watch it. It's going to be amazing as it moves for me. I have the ability to make a manga move. Hey, finally hit that skate park floor part. Railings, upper floor, and walls. So I've been sitting there hitting all the railings, and none of them are showing any kind of anything. So, oh, I found the wall.
All right, it's not
I
that
have not,
one.
I've not been able to get the railing.
That one, that one.
So
Guessing it's
this
over
floor right
here.
here probably needs a ladder. I'm guessing.
Yeah, there was a lot of points I had to use the ladder for.
Where is the ladder? I see it.
Yep, I took it over there a bit, but so how far are you in One Piece currently?
In the anime, I'm caught up in the anime, so
Okay,
they,
where's the anime? Because I read the manga, so I'm not. Oh shit, we actually got it.
Why does it say 99%, but we completed it?
What?
Whatever. They just, Luffy just met the real Egghead.
Okay.
And they told us, and they told us that, and like Robin and them are getting a little bit of the backstory.
Okay. This might just be bugged.
That's all right.
This is like a thing we missed over here or something.
It's whatever.
What? Oh, can you just end the job at certain points?
I clicked start and it did the thing, so I thought the job was over. It said we completed it.
Mine was at like 99%, but alright, whatever. I don't care enough. Is this like the last one before our next like assortment of ones pop up?
I mean, there was like a scooter. So I don't know, maybe. Probably, like, I think if we do this in the scooter, probably.
Alright, Alright, so did he have his rematch with Rob Lucci?
No.
Oh.
Lucci has not arrived yet.
Okay.
We all know he's coming, though.
I remember you had told me that, so yeah.
And I know that, unfortunately, like, you know, our good friend Twitter showed one spoiled page of one of the big fights that are coming.
Oh.
So,
Well, they spoil
you know,
for you.
with the monsters.
Like the Vagapunk monsters?
No, like those 5 old men.
Oh, okay.
Like, those are some freaky looking monsters, and the fact that they have that same, like, veil around them that Luffy's 5th form has kind of gives this feeling of, oh wow, they're really dangerous, aren't they?
Oh, so you don't know what those are then, do you?
No. They haven't
Oh.
explained that yet.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna make it work. It's gonna bring it basically confirmed a suspicion I had had for a long time.
Which is?
I'm not gonna spoil it for you.
Oh. Well, you said, because it confirms the suspicion. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, they haven't, like, explained that much with that kind of stuff yet. It's also one of those weird things where, like, it makes me think, like, you know, Kaido and them were doing all these things, but none of them, they weren't going after Kaido, and it's like, I understand, like, what Luffy is, but it makes me wonder, like, how would Kaido and them have fared, you know what I mean? Trying to change these things themselves.
Yep. Well, one of the reasons they never went after them is because they never had the drive to.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, like, if they're that powerful, like, couldn't they have knocked out Kaido as well? You know?
I mean, it may be, but it probably would have taken, like, the entire Navy still.
I guess. It's just
Because
one
like,
of
even, like think about it, like even as strong as Luffy is, he generally has to have his crew back him up on a lot of these things. And like
I
with
know,
Kaido, they had to get they had to get 2 nations worth of soldiers to fight him.
I mean, they had to fight his army, not him.
Well, that's what I meant. Like his forces, like
And so they just kind of look at Luffy and go, "Oh, well, he's only got 10 crew people, so he's not as big a threat."
he has the Grand Fleet.
Yeah, but they're not there.
No, but it's one of those. Okay, if we screw with Luffy, the Grand Fleet's going to come down on our asses. Kind of like how they did with Whitebeard. It's like not all Whitebeard's forces were together, but it came down to, oh, if you fuck with us, the rest of us are going to go fucking all in on your ass, and that's going to wreck your shit. And it comes down to they can't focus on any one thing without the rest of the world kind of going to shit on them.
Yeah, I get
Right?
it.
Like, because like white, that happens to be like one of the best points of the fucking the Grand or the Summit War. It's the Navy took everything they had to take out Whitebeard's forces. They lured them into the perfect trap. Like the Navy had complete control of that situation, and they still got their shit rocked.
I mean, they still won.
They did, but remember, it caused an entire massive pirate era to kick off again too, because they had
True.
to spend so much time recovering from that fight. It allowed an entire another generation of pirates to crop up and fuck shit up all over the world.
I agree, but I also feel like one of the flaws that that they have in general is that so it feels like they could solve a lot of this problem if they had like at least one hockey user in running around the other areas, you know?
Oh, you mean like the side oceans?
Yeah, like just one really powerful marine kicking newbies' butts there, stopping them before. Like, imagine if one person who could use hockey, other than Garp, had been in East Blue. Luffy and them would have all got rocked, and it would have been over.
Well, that's the
I
thing.
mean, you saw what happened when Mihawk walked in there.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that's the thing. It's normally like the power level of the East Blue did not require like the deployment of force. Because remember, like they want to keep most of their guys in the Grand Line because they can't keep the Grand Line under goddamn control.
I know,
like-
but I'm saying they should have just one really strong hockey user there to just make sure that no one crops up.
Well, funny enough, they did technically.
Yeah, Garp.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Garp is Garp. So,
Yeah.
well, on top of that,
I mean-
they also had Smoker kind of holding the gates, and
I
it took Dragon intervening to get Luffy through Smoker.
Yeah, but I mean, how did
Alright.
like?
So
okay,
they technically, your argument is that they did.
Yeah, but they caught like Levine or whatever her name was, like the very first pirate Luffy knocked out. They caught her when they caught Buggy, and how did she escape?
Oh, you mean on that one island?
I guess.
Or
Well,
are
no,
you-
she got caught when Buggy got caught by the Marines.
Yeah.
How did she get out?
Dragon freed everybody.
Oh, then how did Buggy get caught again?
We don't know because that happened afterwards.
No, because we did Dragon free everyone.
When he freed
Dragon
Luffy.
stayed. No, because
Okay,
Buggy got
which
caught after that.
Yeah, he got caught after that.
No, but they all did. Like, so when Luffy and them were running after Buggy like got saved, or after Luffy got caught or got saved, the nets flew and hit the other ones. So Smoker should have caught them both.
Yeah, Dragon freed all of them from that.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. No, Dragon like hit all of the Marines and knocked them all down, and Buggy and Alvida managed to slip away. Yeah, Buggy wasn't captured again till whatever got him for Imperial Down. Or Imp Down.
Buggy's such a fun character.
Oh my god, I love Buggy. Like, I want him to get to the One Piece. He is the epitome of fake it till you goddamn make it.
He's like, look at my crew. It's me and my first mate, Hercule.
Oh my god, when his wanted poster showed up, I laughed so fucking hard.
I was not expecting them to make him one of the emperors.
Yeah, and nobody was. Even Luffy's like, wow, my position feels kind of cheaper now.
And the fact that they were saying he's so weak.
Yeah, but he rolled all them points into charisma, boy. Charisma and luck. He's a pure charisma and luck build.
Working out for him.
I mean, it really is. It also helps that he's not stupid. Like, for as all the fuck ups he does, Buggy, like, the two things I want to give him is he is a true pirate. Like, in the sense of what Luffy wants to be, what Shanks is, what all of them are. Buggy very much is a pirate.
Yeah, the bad kind who just wants money.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's also that like that outcast who joins a crew and that's their money. It's like some of them are pretty scummy, yeah. And Buggy is definitely on that scummy side.
Well, it's kind of surprising that he is though, considering he was a part of the Roger Pirates.
And that fact will never not amuse me. Well, it's like treasure's always been a big thing for him. Like he's always been greedy. Like you even saw that like in the flashbacks with Shanks and them. It's like Buggy was always a bit like a greedy pirate. And there are plenty of pirates who are like very greedy, who aren't like as big as assholes as Buggy is, but
well, I'm just kind of surprised that they let him in the crew being like that.
I want to know how the fuck that came to be. Like, did Shanks actually just like say, "I'm bringing my best bud with me," or something like that? Because
have they actually had a moment where they showed Shanks learning that Buggy's one of the emperors now?
no, but I am looking forward to that so much. Like, I want to see that reaction face. Just,
I feel like he would just be happy and excited about it.
oh, he would, but he
it
would be
also makes the
utterly
question-
shocked too.
Well, does he actually know that? Like, it's not like he hadn't seen Buggy in years. Does he actually know that Buggy's weak? Like, I understand the other characters know, like Crocodile and them know because they were there and they dealt with him. But Buggy, like, Shanks hasn't seen him. Why would he just assume Buggy is weak?
Well, Shanks saw him at the Summit War.
Yeah, not fighting. He was carrying Luffy, and that was it. That doesn't give you a judgment of strength. Heck, he had just gotten cut up by freaking Mihawk and was still alive. Mind you, Mihawk didn't use Haki because he didn't think it was worth the time. But
And then he's just looking at Buggy like, God damn it, the one time I don't pull it out.
that was kind of hilarious because he could have easily just killed Buggy right there, and he just literally didn't care enough.
It's like, oh, fuck. Yeah. I don't care enough to swing again.
I especially love that Luffy used him as a shield.
Yep.
Mind you, to be in Luffy's defense, he didn't know what Haki was at the time, so he probably just thought that Buggy couldn't be hurt by this guy.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Well, I remember I've been a One Piece fan since like 4Kids started on that one, and I remember like
Yes,
the
same.
online discussions of like before anyone knew actually knew what hockey was. Could Buggy just beat Mihawk? Like that was legit theory for a while.
The answer would have been no, because Mihawk still could have hit him with the repeatedly beat him with the unsharpened edge of the blade. Kind of like you could have put on your own Kenshin and just beat the stuffing out of him.
Yeah, it's very much that, but it's like one of those. Oh, like half of like Mihawk's like skills don't work on Buggy.
That's true.
Yeah, but the hockey argument came out like, nope, Buggy has no chance whatsoever.
Yep, there's no one who's going to defend that.
Yep. Even though Mihawk is Buggy's subordinate now.
do find that hilarious.
Yep. Well, it's the other thing. Okay, did they get to the point where they had the Flash and Buggy flashback of? Yeah, they would have. Where like Buggy is like, why wasn't he a part of Shanks's crew? Like what their actual
No.
argument was.
Oh yeah, because who gets to be the captain?
Well, it wasn't just that. Like you should have seen it at this point. They actually go back because it wasn't just that. It's Buggy was very much a, no, Shanks, we go for the One Piece now. You heard Roger's last words, and Shanks was very much, we're not ready for that.
Which
And
begs the question how Buggy ended up in the East Blue.
Well, he was in the East Blue. Remember, Roger was executed in Logtown.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's like their big, like Buggy's big betrayal, or Shanks' big betrayal for Buggy was, he wasn't willing to go for the One Piece.
I thought it was that he accidentally, he accidentally made Buggy eat the chop fruit.
Like, so what
And
the
missed his
my
chance to get under, because he had a treasure map for a treasure that was under the ocean, and then he got mad because now he can't swim.
yeah, but it's like that feels like so redundant. It's like it feels like they kind of backpedaled, especially if you go back and watch the live action, because the live action one keeps a lot more of the current story arcs, like solid plot lines in mind. Buggy doesn't go about like the chop fruit. He's very much says Shanks is a betrayal.
Yeah, I remember that. Actually, I really liked Buggy in that too.
Oh my god, why was Buggy so good in that? The kid they had for Luffy would have been the best character out of everyone there, if not for Buggy.
I don't know. I kind of like Zoro best in that one.
I know, but does he feel like the manga or anime Zoro?
No, he actually feels like a different character altogether, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I kind of meant. It's like the guy who played Luffy played fucking Luffy. Like they nailed that casting on the fucking head. Buggy was better somehow.
I did kind of like smartass Zoro though.
Well, Zoro's always been a little bit of a smart ass, but the problem is he's always kind of a dumbass too.
Yeah, this one seemed more like this version of Zoro felt more capable.
Yep.
I also love seeing that his introduction is him killing off one of Brocorp's members.
Oh yeah, okay. His introduction in this one was better than the previous one. Like that's the one thing I'll give the live action. I honestly like it better than I do the base East Blue arc. Like some of the stuff I kind of do miss, like the whole fight with Kuro's like ship or Kuro's group and everyone. Okay, yeah. I kind of wish we could have seen that, because that really did help show off Usopp a lot better.
Wait.
But
I was thinking. My brain was thinking of Don Krieg.
okay, yeah. Skipping him was. I'm not gonna bitch about that either.
I don't know. I really liked Sanji taking down Pearl and then his fight with Gin.
Like there was some fun stuff in there, but what they did with in the live action was passable.
Yeah, just having
like if you had to cut something, which you were going to have to for the live action, cutting Don Krieg is completely acceptable.
Yeah, but at the same time, Mihawk took Don Krieg out easily, which of course would have happened. But at the same time, we have no idea, unless you've seen the anime, you have no idea who Don Krieg is or how strong he is. So him getting cut down really didn't mean anything.
Yep. I would have to see what I'm trying to get some people who never watched One Piece to try the live action as an entry thing, and I was kind of curious about what they thought of it, and I haven't got anybody able to do that because they're like, oh, that's tied to One Piece. I don't know if I want to get into One Piece.
Yeah,
Which the correct answer to anyone who's watching this is yes, you do want to get into One Piece. It really is that good.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about saying, well, here's the live action. See, this is something you can get into with just the short few episodes it has.
Yeah.
And then you'll know. By the way, did you notice that there's another building over there?
Yep, I had an oh shit for that, but oh. Although I do know some people like bitched about Arlong and how they looked, but it's just like that wasn't bad. The only thing I was disappointed with, we didn't get a Hachi.
Oh yeah, that fight was really good. I think that's where they were like, okay, we're gonna have some problems making this fight work. So I think that's why they cut it.
Yeah. Well, Hachi also matters a lot for like later story bits too.
Yeah, I know.
And that's the other thing. I had also just gone through like I'm rewatching it with another buddy of mine who was in that boat of I don't think I can get into One Piece. It just seems too long. And I finally just sat him down like, okay, I'll start going through it with you again. Like that's how committed I am. Like how much I think you will like this. I will rewatch this show.
I sort of did that 3 times. Once with my ex. I was at the Paramount War, like, when I started rewatching it with her, and then my roommate, like me and her, watched it. We wanted to get our roommate into it, so we ended up watching it, and we were like right at Fishman Island.
No, see, I restarted from Wano.
No, see, we restarted. Well, this was years ago.
Yeah.
We restarted from like I no, it was I was at the I think I was in like Alabasta when I got my ex into it. Then I know we were at Fishman Island when we got our one friend into it.
Yeah, but one of the things I did notice is we had just gone through like the regular anime a little while prior, and we had just gotten to like the new Fishman Island stuff. And Arlong brings up a lot more of the racist stuff or specious stuff in the live action than he did in the anime. But not so much discounting the anime, but more along the reinforcing of what you find out later in Fishman Islands. With like all that stuff.
That's just the power of hindsight.
Yeah, and it's very much those. Like the live action show has a bit of hindsight rewrites in it.
Yeah, that's why I feel like the reboot's gonna be really good.
Oh,
and
that's
always like it's like that concept of why could Shanks just like look at the monster and it just even after losing his arm and just go like, get out of here. And have more meaning. Like in the original, it's just like, oh, he's just that intimidating. But now we can see that it actually like he did something.
Yeah, the live action kind of does that weird eye thing. Which, okay, that's not bad, and it's a decent way to not call attention to it. At the same, can I move this? I can. Cool. Oh, we can rotate it too. Sweet. But at the same point, it's maybe you should call to it a little bit more. Because here's the thing, it's like we also got that backstory just opposed to Buggy's introduction. And Buggy does not feel intimidating generally.
No, he kind of felt intimidating. Like he was literally he put Luffy in a thing that's drowning him. Although they obviously cut out a lot of it. Like it's like, oh, he's just an evil clown area as opposed to
the whole town, getting the backstory of like the dog and everything like that.
I mean, they showed that the town was destroyed, so he was still being an ass, but it didn't have the impact.
Yep, I'll definitely give you that.
But I mean, it wasn't going to that's something that was worth like they cut a lot of the pointless arcs and skipped right to the kind of the fights for some of them.
Yeah,
and it makes sense. So I can't really like be upset,
Although one thing I've been kind of curious. So we haven't seen like any information about Buggy's like original crew in Alvida in a long time.
In the anime?
Yeah.
They just showed her like 2 weeks ago.
Did they?
Yeah, she was shit like that um Crocodile and Mihawk were pissed off at Buggy and dragged him away. She was sitting with Mr. 3, as well as the other old crew members.
Okay, I don't remember that. Maybe that might have been an anime only thing then.
Maybe, but I mean, Oda has some say over the anime, so
Oh yeah, he does.
if he says they're there, they're there.
Because I noticed, like in the live action, like his whole crew just disappeared. They never say he comes back. They come back.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they haven't really done anything. They pretty much just know how weak Buggy is, and they're just kind of enjoying leadership roles while being
Like they never thought they were going to make it this big, and the fact that Buggy keeps pushing it, it's just like, yeah, let's ride this train to the end. Because now we all get to be like fabulously wealthy and have all this shit to do now.
I mean, I like that Mr. 3 is there as well, and he's just kind of like, yeah, boss, to Crocodile.
And Crocodile's very much like, God, you're the only one I didn't want here from the old crew.
I mean, I don't see why. He's really smart. He's the one who got Ace out. He has an extremely useful power.
So remember, Luffy never beat Mr. 3. Crocodile did him in.
I know, but still. That's what I'm saying. Like, Mr. 3, why would you not want Mr. 3 there? Mr. 3 is pretty useful.
Yep. And I think he also kind of buys into the cult of Buggy, too.
Mr. 3 doesn't. He's the one who, like, is kind of keeping Buggy in check.
Yeah, well, I think he when I say he buys into the cult of Buggy, I don't think he believes. I think he is, oh, I'm going to help propel this as long as I can.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
That's
I am
just being smart.
Yeah, I am invested in keeping Buggy on top.
Yeah, I mean, we've already established that it's like Crocodile and them are like, oh yeah, this actually might be a good idea.
Well, like going after the One Piece and everything, it's like, well, I remember loving that too. Cause that's what part of the reason I'll say Buggy is a real part. It's like, you don't get fame, glory, and prestige, and then get treasure. You get treasure, and then you get fame, glory, and prestige. You know, part of the reason, like, oh, this is why Buggy's so greedy. He doesn't want to be, like, he doesn't think, like, I get to be famous, and then I get money. He thinks, I get money, and then I get to be famous.
I mean, he's about as famous as you can get at this point now, though, ironically.
Yeah, but even he wants to be king of the pirates. Like, that goal's never left his mind. It's just he always knew what it took to reach that. And it's like, I don't have the resources for this. I'm going to keep going, but I'll probably never make it.
Yeah, it was just funny, but now that he's like, he keeps getting higher and higher, and he doesn't know, he knows he can't, like, he could be called out at any second, and he can't back it up.
Yeah. Well, it's like, that's one of the moments, like, after he convinces Mihawk and Crocodile, it's like, looking at, like, Shanks, it's like, I don't know how I've got here, Shanks, but I've reached your same level, and this time, I'm going to show you what a real pirate can do.
I don't remember him saying that. Might not even get there yet.
I swear that's in the fucking, I don't know, maybe you are right, maybe that's, like, a part that's coming up or something.
They haven't really given that much screen time to that yet.
Because I remember it's like it's Buggy trying to convince like Crocodile and Mihawk to go for the One Piece. Like, let's just go get it. Who's going to stop us right now? Like, Big Mom's down. We have the poneglyphs. Kaido's down. The warlords are gone. Like, they either work for me or Luffy at this point. Like, the Navy has, like, the admirals, and they're all very much consider Buggy the weakest opposition, I think. I honestly do not know if the world government conceives Buggy as a realistic threat, or they just are buying into this joke.
I want to get that. I want the impression that they're buying into it. Like because when they first established like him in the Paramount War, they specifically said Like, yeah, like they were talking about like hidden identities, and they're like, even like it wasn't announced, but even Buggy was a part of the this crew. And they even talked about how like when Buggy was captured and put in Impel Down, he escaped. Like, say what you want, he escaped because they didn't know he had a devil fruit power.
Yeah. And then they find like his full backstory, and then somebody just like, oh, we misclassified this fucker.
Yeah, I think they thought that he was just being slick this whole time, laying low and waiting for his opportunity.
And it's like, you son of a bitch, you actually got us. You pulled one over on the entire world. Buggy. Eh? It's like, you
I mean,
really...
why would they just like assume that someone who was in the Roger Pirates would be weak?
Yeah, or like it's specifically best friends with like a current warlord. Not like he doesn't have anybody, but like, yeah, there's also like one of the top warlords is also like, yeah, that's my bro.
Yeah, and on top of that, all of those guys from Impel Down joined him. So why would he think that all these powerful pirates from Impel Down like are just following a weakling?
Like,
why
they
would
can't all be
anyone
that stupid.
They are. But I mean, it's like, but why would anyone in the world government just assume that, as opposed to this guy who has all these credentials is weak? That's what their choice is. This one guy's either really weak and is fooling everyone, or he's a part of the greatest pirate crew ever, and he's really strong and everyone respects him.
And he's just incredibly cunning and sneaky.
Yeah, and now he has two former warlords following him as his minions. Yeah, like those guys aren't going to just follow someone like that. Come on.
Yeah, the two people who respect strength more out of any of the warlords decided to throw their lot in with Buggy. There's something going on here.
Yeah, he must be strong.
A true mastermind of a what comes along once in a generation. Taking over to Buggy Circus while him count loot. Just, I can't believe I got away with it. Everyone who actually realizes that knows what's going on, like, okay, this is going to end horribly at some point, but let's buy in while we can. Let's buy in as long as we can.
He is the cryptocurrency of the One Piece world.
Yeah, hey, that's what to buy in next. Buggy berries. A little piece of me wants to look that up now. See if it's an actual coin. If it's not, you want to make a coin?
Sure, why not? I wonder if Buggy was based off of Hercule.
Like, everything in One Piece is based off of something, I feel like, just about. Not to, like, discredit Oda or anything, but it's like, he wears a lot of his inspiration on his sleeves.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how a lot of the best things come about, is you take something you've experienced before, and then you make it your own. But, like, I know that he was, like, trained up by, Akira Toriyama, and so I'm just wondering if he saw Hercule and thought, I'd like to do that.
Possibly. But at the same point, it's like, I used to have this old roommate of mine who did not believe, like, so many One Piece characters were based off anything. Like, the first one I go to is like, dude, look at NL. It's like, you're telling me that's not Eminem?
Oh, I didn't realize that, actually. I never thought about it.
His name is NL.
Well, I always thought it was based off of some, like, because of, like, the things around him. I always thought it was based off of some, like, type of god from a different
Yes,
culture.
like, the inspiration for him is like the thunder demons of like Japanese like mythology and Eminem.
I mean, that just makes it funnier.
Oh, and like hilarious. He's like, no, it's not. It's not in L, man. It's in L. Like actual word. It's like, are you just arguing because you want to be right here, or are you trying to make a point and you just don't see it? It's just like,
I mean, now that you mention it, I kind of like I'm imagining what he looks like, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, with the do-rag and everything.
Yeah, it's like that's just Eminem.
It just never occurred to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it though.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of characters like that. What's like Don Flamingo is Elton John.
Is it? I thought he looked familiar.
Yeah, like Don Flamingo is Elton John. Like all the admirals are like famous Japanese directors.
Yeah, but he doesn't have their personalities. It just has their design, what they look like.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's Idel isn't a fucking rapper, but it's very much like, yeah, no, that's inspired by that. That's inspired. Yeah, yeah, I can definitely see a lot of this. Like, there's a chart for this shit, and it's just like, holy fuck.
So who do you think the final enemy of the show is going to end up being? Or the series? I think the final opponent's going to be Blackbeard.
Okay. Because the problem is I have a fairly good understanding, because I remember that theory I was talking about before. It's like, it's not like 100% confirmed, but like there's so much supporting evidence now. It's like, yeah, I'm fairly certain this is how it's going to go down.
Man.
And I don't want to spoil anything, because it's like it's about to pop out.
Oh, okay.
But from the evidence I have, it's like I'm fairly certain. Like, I have ever talked about like what I think the One Piece is.
I think you mentioned it, but I don't remember.
Okay, do you have a prevailing theory on what the One Piece is?
Nope.
No, I don't have any new information on it at this point. Like everything you know, I know, but I have a fairly good idea like what I think it's going to be now.
Well, the island's called Laugh Tale, so I feel like it's going to be a monument with like a hilarious joke or something of that nature. Something stupid.
Well, no, it's okay. Can I go over my theory?
Sure.
I think it's the world, like the lost year history.
But why would that make people laugh?
Okay, so do you know what we have a fairly good idea of what the lost, like that 100 years history it was, right?
Sort of.
It's the fucking World War, right?
Yeah.
We finally, like, if you remember from the information we've been getting so far, we finally know who that war was between, realistically.
I mean, you told me last week, but they haven't actually told us in the anime yet.
I'm fairly certain, like, I don't think they've ever, like, come out and stated it, but I'm, like, there's enough supporting evidence. I can say it with certainty. But I'm kind of wondering if it would... See, now I'm not confident that it doesn't spoil it, so can't think of anything current that would confirm it, but... At the same point, it's like, while you say that, I'm not too sure.
Well, I know that Luffy was trying to get into the giant robot, and they said this is from a former.
It's from that war.
Yeah, it's from another, like from a technological past type thing.
Yep, it's whatever that 100 years was. Okay, because I'm fairly certain.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it that One Piece is essentially a post-apocalyptic world.
Yeah, but all right. So the one thing we did find out from that war, at least I've fairly supported it to this point, is the war was between the Celestial Dragons and the Clan of D, led by Nika.
That makes sense.
Yep. And you know what?
Which you would think, which is funny that Blackbeard is a D and he's like technically enemies with Luffy.
It's a different philosophy kind of thing. They're both like after the same type of goal. They both want to overthrow the government. They make a really good point in his introductory episode. Him and Luffy are kind of polar opposites, but reflect each other in a way.
Yeah.
But you remember what? So the One Piece is called the Laugh Tale, right?
Yeah. Well,
What?
that's what the island's called.
Yep. Do you remember
Not
what
the
Nika is?
God.
Which god in particular? Oh, he technically has two god titles.
I don't remember.
He's the sun god and the god of laughter.
So what, you think it's like his story?
Which would be the 1 year, would be the 100-year war.
I guess. But that would just mean like the treasure is a ponygraph.
Yep. What you had to be able to find and read poneglyphs to find it.
It just seems kind of weird that it would make everyone laugh.
Well, no, the island's called Laugh Tale.
I know, but they named it that because whatever was on they found on the island made them laugh.
Yeah, the story of the laughing god.
Yeah, but the idea that like it's the world history doesn't seem like that'd be something funny.
I don't know, maybe he wrote it with a good comedic twist, but I don't know. It feels like that. It also could be to honor him too, because like
No.
you look at Luffy, it's like it's like he doesn't care about anything other than having a good time and eating meat.
I know, but I mean, like, so I'm thinking about it because they showed. I don't know if they did in the manga, but they showed, you know, when the entire crew had found the One Piece, and they were on Laugh Tale, and they were just all laughing. And my thought is, all right, what would make them all laugh so damn hard?
It, you know, honestly, how would Luffy write the world history?
I'm pretty sure he can't write. So I get what you're saying, but it's just like it makes me think that it like I mean it makes sense like then it wouldn't be a treasure at the end really not in the way the other pirates are thinking it is.
Well, like nobody, like everyone, it's like it's the ultimate treasure. What the fuck's the ultimate treasure?
Well, I would assume it's just like literally a mountain of gold and jewels and gems. I'm sure
Well,
that's what
left
most-
everything in one. It's like, yeah, that's what you think of when you think pirate treasure, but left everything I own in one piece.
I mean, they're in a world with powers. One piece could be a lot of things.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. It's like the expectations have always been, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I know.
At this point in time, I'm fairly certain it's the world history. Like, we're going to get to there and we're going to find that out. And as they've stated in the Summit Wars and a bunch of other things, the minute that's found out, it's going to trigger a massive war against the Navy and the Celestial Dragons.
Assuming people would believe it.
No, like, you remember, like, even Garp, like, if anybody ever finds out about this, it's going to be war. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, this starts the next, like, Great War. Like, all
That's fair.
the Navy guys who, like, all the high ranks understand that and fear that. It's like, Garp was very much a, like, no, we need to preserve order in the world. It's better to keep living like we are than reveal this. However bad our system is, it's better than anarchy.
That's fair.
And you know, I can kind of understand that. Like, while there are some really fucking god-awful pockets in the world, most of the East Blue isn't goddamn bad. Most of the other oceans don't feel incredibly horrible. There are some horrific nations, but I would say overall the world itself is a net positive. And I can kind of understand most of the Navy's thinking. It's like what we have
pirates are definitely making it worse.
Yeah, it's like Roger definitely started some shit, which at the same point, it's like Roger knew enough that he wanted to change the whole fucking world.
I still want to know what Luffy's true goal is.
I honestly don't think he has. I think it's just the adventure.
No, he specifically said that he specifically said he has a specific dream and he has to become king of the pirate to make it happen.
Hmm.
They even took the time to animate every character reacting to it.
You know it's gonna be something stupid though too.
No, wait. The way they all reacted didn't sound like it was stupid. They said it's something that seemed impossible. And something that only the Pirate King could do, so... It's gotta be something, like, big and meaningful.
But meaningful Luffy, which I still believe would be... Oh, that's, I'll either some reflection or some weird animation. Ooh. Okay, yeah, this...
Meaningful to Luffy, but I mean, like, Luffy's stupid, but he's, like... Luffy's more naive than he is stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's going to be something so childishly whimsy that it's going to seem absolutely ridiculous and wonderful to say. It's like, you know, what if we could all just come together and be happy for a day? What if one day everyone on Twitter could be nice?
I don't know. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's just like that's just like Usopp seemed kind of scared by it and stuff like that. I mean, obviously that's what Usopp does,
yeah, I was gonna say, is Usopp was scared. Oh no! Sound an alarm.
Like Frankie was like, "That's awesome." Everyone was kind of shocked. I don't know. I thought they're
yeah. I can also say because Frankie is more down to be weird and stupid than anybody else in the One Piece crew, other than Luffy.
But when they showed like when they were kids and Ace was and they yelled out their dreams and they blurred out Luffy's dream and I was thinking to myself, why are they doing that? He wants to be king of the pirates. Like, is it supposed to be because they were kids and it was supposed to be like they didn't hear it? But it's clear that it meant that Ace and them heard it and just thought it was crazy. So I don't know. I'm definitely curious. I'm definitely interested to find out what Luffy's true dream is. That's definitely one thing I want to find out, like, very much.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be, like, it's going to be stupid, but in, like, all the best ways. Well, kind of bringing this back full circle, back to why I like Warhammer so much. It's awful, it's terrible, but god damn do I like seeing orcs just build a giant spaceship, launch it off into space, rip the sun a new one, reigniting the star, bringing the old planet into a paradise world, to only to reinvade it years later and blow everybody up. It's like, sometimes I just love crazy stupid, and I love when things will do with stuff like that.
I tend to be hit or miss on it.
Oh, see ya.
Sometimes I'm for it, sometimes I'm not.
I'm always for it. And I will always root that way. That's part of the reason I love Luffy so much, is he's stupid, but he's always fun stupid.
Yeah. Plus, it helps when he's a good person.
He was not above doing some really crazy stuff and really bad things sometimes.
I can't really think of that many bad things he's done.
He's robbed a couple people in the show.
I mean, didn't they deserve it, though?
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. I remember, like, back in Alabasta, where he just breaks into this guy's house, tries to eat, like, I don't like this, and just burns a bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah, he burns the stuff that creates the,
Rain, yeah.
The rain con. Which was, like, a funny way to ask, like, it's like, Luffy, why did you just burn some of the stuff just because you didn't like it? I mean, I think he thought it went bad.
Yeah. But at the same point, it's like he was also breaking into a guy's house and just stealing shit.
Yeah, but I mean, they were just walking through the desert. He was hungry.
Like I said, Luffy's not always like he's not gonna like sit there and gorge himself off somebody. At the same point, it's like, yeah, no, I'll just take some food, especially if it feels like it's not gonna hurt you.
I love that he was like, I don't want to be a hero. Heroes share their food.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, I want all of the meat.
And I love that Zoro's response was the same thing. I don't want to share my alcohol.
And that's why Zoro is the first, is like the best first mate.
I do love how similar they are. Like the way they act, it doesn't seem like they are. But then when you see their positions on things, it's like they think the same way. They just kind of like Luffy's just goofier.
Luffy doesn't take himself as even seriously, but like there's only a couple times where Zoro's reined him in, and Luffy's just kind of had to go, but, and Zoro's just kind of glaring at him, and Luffy will actually back down, like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. It's like that time when like Usopp had left the crew, and he's like, "We're not playing pirates here."
Like we are pirates. Yeah.
Yeah, he disrespected. Yeah, that was a really good moment. I'm also disappointed that we haven't seen like Usopp bust out any of the stuff that he used against Luffy.
Well, he's gotten better stuff. It's like it didn't work, and he only got away with it because Luffy was kind of going easy on him too. That's part of the reason Zoro was so mad.
I mean, did he really like Zoro? Like Luffy obviously wasn't gonna beat Usopp to the inch of his life, obviously.
Yeah, but it's one of those. There has to be some levels of respect here. Like when you give a call, Luffy, and it's not a bad, like not outrageously stupid, and we can all agree on it.
I know. It's just it's also one of those things where it's like, what I mean is like I love when like freaking Usopp used the ninja star thing and it exploded the ninja stars and he never uses it again.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, his new stuff is so good. I love how he's shot up. What?
The plant green stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never liked that. I never liked it that much.
The problem is
it just seemed random.
It is, but that's kind of what his bag of tricks is. It's like you're never quite sure what the fuck he's doing. But yeah, it was about the only way you were going to power up Usopp, though, too. It's like you had to give him like a bag of crazy tricks. And like his standard stuff was not working anymore. That's kind of what that fight showed off. It's like he pulled everything out and like, yeah, this doesn't work against a guy like Luffy. And Luffy isn't anything special in the Grand Line.
I mean,
at that point, at that point, though, like,
I don't know. He against what's her, like the girl with the ghosts and stuff. He pulled out the tricks and they were pretty hilarious.
Yeah, it's like he could still swing up a bit, but it's like there was just a level like, yeah, I can't touch anyone past this, and he only beat her because she happened to have a very particular weakness.
I don't know. Like busting out the it also feels weird that he constantly has them. Like, where is he growing this stuff? Like, replenishing stuff.
They probably they do have a minor farm on the Thousand Sunny.
I know, but for him to be growing so many weird things without it being a problem.
Like that ship's weird as fuck to begin with.
I know. But it just comes off as like, huh. Also, it's a shit. Like, I wonder if they're ever gonna like, show us what happened on the flashbacks. Like what happened to Usopp?
Yeah, they had a whole episode about that.
I don't remember. Like yeah, but like they never really they showed him getting fat and kind of just running at the end. They didn't really show him like getting trained and stuff. I was hoping we'd learn a little bit more about like what happened to them during the time skip. Also, they need to hurry up and show us what happened to Zoro's eye.
I know so many people that are just curious as fuck about that. It's like, He's gonna open up the eye, and it's gonna be like a Mihawk eye.
I've been wondering if he's like, if it's gonna end up being he actually lost his eye, or is he training his eye somehow? You know.
Like, this is what he's saving for his, like, rematch with Mihawk.
Yeah,
Which...
something of that nature.
Alright, now here's a question for you. If they actually meet up with, like, Mihawk, Buggy, and all them as, like, one big thing, do you want them to have, like, a full-on fight, or do you want to have them, like, a Davy back battle?
No more Davy back battles. Like, I love the Davy back battle, is fun, but the idea that, like, oh, well, you have to give up a crewmate means that our crew has to win every time, has to come out on top.
Well, no, it's like, that was the rules Foxy set up for that.
Oh.
Like,
I could see Oda doing that as a callback, like, haha, this is a thing I do. But,
well, it's like, how do, like, big pirates like this actually fight each other? Do they actually, like, go fucking, like, go for broke at each other? Or is there some similarity between, like, pirate groups?
They showed when Roger and Whitebeard did that, they had a little bit of a fight, and then it just, like, between Roger and Whitebeard, and then it just kind of cut to them having a party where they were just trading goods.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like when they end up meeting up, I feel like it's going to be a team up against someone.
And see, that's the thing. I think they're going to get the laugh tail. Then I think it's going to be Blackbeard they're going to fight there. I think that's where the big showdown with Blackbeard is going to be.
Yeah, so do I. But that's why I think he's going to be last. I think he's going to be the final opponent.
No, they're going to get to there, and I think it's going to be the next war. Okay, what the fuck do we have left here?
There's a thing on the side of this building that's really big, and I don't know how we reach a lot of this stuff.
Okay, yeah, it's apparently the... Oh, it's over here. Okay, yeah, I see this now. Yeah, hold on. Here. Get off that.
What? Why? Oh, can we move this?
Yes.
I didn't realize we could move it.
Yeah, I found that out this time around, so, we have an extension on here, don't we? I do have an extension. Okay.
So I don't know, because it seems like they have like an exact lineup of characters. Like, people have already guessed who the matchups between the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are going to be.
You mean the Straw Hat?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Straw Hats and the Blackbeards. They already kind of got a, this is who everyone thinks the matchups are.
Yeah, very much so.
It really just kind of, it just feels like the only ones that could be at the end other than them would be like Shanks, you know?
Like I said, I think they're going to fight the world government and the Celestial Dragons.
I don't know. I feel like, okay, so I feel like it's going to be Blackbeard because the final opponents being a bunch of nameless people versus like these characters that like have been like built up for a while. Like, I know that the Celestial Dragons have been built up, but like you can't really name a Celestial Dragon that anyone knows who they are, other than Don Flamingo technically. But you get what I mean?
Yeah, I know, and you've technically already answered your own question.
Oh, what? Do they give a Celestial Dragon that we know? Or they learn one?
Do you want me to tell you?
I mean, it's probably like the king that's the king that sits on the throne, right?
Do you want me to tell you?
Sure, why not?
Alright, you know those 5 fuckers, that monsters you looked at? You were talking about? Those are the 5 elders.
Yeah, I know. I could tell just from looking at the monsters. I guess who they were.
Yep. So that means, like, all the top-end Celestial, like, at least the elders and a couple other Celestial Dragons have that kind of crazy power.
I mean, I get that, but we still don't know anything about them as characters. So it's
And
like,
we're starting to get that. Yeah, like, The rest of
I
this
know,
arc
I
is
get
going to be
that, but
introducing them.
I get that, but Blackbeard's been built up since so long ago. It just makes more sense that they would want to use, like, make him that he would be the final opponent.
Full damage. Nope.
There definitely isn't any. Oh no, Oda's a really good writer, and I just feel like they're gonna find some way to make Blackbeard the final opponent. They built him up. They've given Luffy a personal reason to fight him, not just a save the world thing.
Yep. I don't know.
Like,
Maybe he'll.
I could see them doing something where they have Blackbeard somehow steal the Celestial Dragon's powers for himself to make him just as big a threat as them.
I
But
can
even
kind of
bigger.
see that, but it's like at the same point, it's like I also don't see them not like taking him out at office wall. So that's on the other building then. I don't see them not taking him out at like Laugh Tale.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like Laugh Tale seems like it would be the end of the journey.
Laugh Tale is gonna like until we get to like the World Government War, because that's going to happen for that. I can't, from how they've set it up, they can't not do that at this point. At least I don't feel like that.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm wrong, but like we will.
I mean, it just
Oda,
seems like the final episode would. It feels like finding the One Piece would be the end of the series. You know?
Yeah. Although to be fair, Oda has like never let us down so far, so it's like.
Look, here's the thing. While a bad ending can ruin something, even if One Piece ends poorly and can't live up to its own hype, over 20 years of true greatness will not be tarnished by one bad ending. You know what I mean?
Tell that to Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones was not 20 years.
Yeah, it was 10. Got it.
Nice.
Let's see if I can actually watch this one. Yeah, I got that back building. This was a fucking monster.
Oh, I got a lot of money.
Yeah, we got some fucking cash for that one.
Let's see, can I get the strongest one yet?
I think it's
No,
like
that's
10,000.
5,000.
Yeah. So just save up for a bit.
I want to get the cleaning liquid added on though.
I think you have to get that refilled every time.
Probably, but they're like, I would like to get like the one that deals with the metal for the rust is going to be useful. Plus, they're also only $10 a pop, so.
All right, grab like 3 rust ones then.
I think that's just the metal cleaner. So.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so let's see. Okay, so yeah, oh no, that's the wrong thing. Oh, the next ones are just a bunch of small ones.
Yep, grab that rust cleaner then. All right, let's go.
Yeah, the rust cleaner will actually probably be really useful for this. We get a fire truck upcoming too.
All right, can I use it now? Let's see here. I still can't use liquid.
I feel like there's a way to equip it, but I don't see the real need for this. Like, we're already, like, breezing through this one.
Yeah, it's finally throwing an easy one at us, like, after a minute. I say that confidently now. Alright. Alright, here's another question for you, though, too. How far do you think the live action should go?
Um, depends on how much they abridge.
Well, here's the thing, because like they're gonna have to either have a crazy ass budget or do some really nutty things for like the next season.
Yeah, for Chopper.
Well, they don't even to get to Chopper, which I don't think they. All right, that was like 6 things. Like Chopper probably should be the end of next season. Like they should end it with Chopper. Because Logetown should probably be 2 or 3 episodes. And then you skip the Mystic Dragon ship, please. Like that was legit filler.
I mean, they're gonna get rid of all the filler. But I mean, it doesn't really matter because, what's it called?
Well, okay, here's the thing.
Netflix only allows for 3 seasons or something.
Here's the thing, though, that like they can't skip a lot of the next stuff because you can't skip LeBlue. It's like you can't skip LeBlue, you can't skip the Giant Island.
Why not? Why not? Freaking 4 kids skip the Giant Island.
And it bit them in the ass later.
Yeah, it did.
Fuck, I think they skipped the majority of LeBlue shit too.
I don't think so. I remember Laboon. The fact that they brought that back, like with Brooke, I never would have saw that coming.
Oh my god! Like my friend going through that. I remember after that comment, it's like, God, that was so stupid. Why did they introduce this whale? He's never going to be brought up ever again. We got to the Brooke LeBlue thing. It's like, you son of a bitch! You knew the whole fucking time, didn't you? Me just yeah,
like, yep.
Yeah. It's like that can't be a call. Is everything a callback in this show? Yeah.
Yes, it really is. I remember when I was watching through it the second time with my ex. I saw the thing for who was it? Like the wanted poster for Dragon being shown up. I'm like, they hinted at Dragon so much earlier in the show, and I never knew.
Oh yeah, it's like going back and watching. It's one of those. My voice doesn't crack in the excitement. It's like, oh my fucking god, that's so crazy. Oh, also something I never possibly knew. You know, like that first like wall of posters, especially like in the like live action they showed off that has like Alvida, Buggy, but like Foxy's also on there and stuff.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Somebody pointed out, it's like, hey, there's one character we don't know on there who's kind of like a mid-level pirate. This girl, who kind of resembles Crocodile.
Huh.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, you remember Crocodile has a very interesting relationship with, the drag queen king?
Yeah, Ivo.
Yeah. It's like, how Iva's constantly like, Crocky boy. And Crocodile's like, shut the fuck up.
See, I was always under the impression, because he had said that Crocodile was a rookie, so it was kind of like Ivo was the one who trained them. That's where I always got that feeling from.
Well, there's an ongoing theory that Crocodile used to be a woman.
That seems like a very hard stretch.
It is, but at the same point, it would be like, oh, that feels really good. Cause just how to show up. Oh, like where how much better he was or something like, I don't know. It's like, it's a fun fan theory and it could be interesting.
I mean, it's a funny theory, but I just can't see that being.
Is it all just fucking cars?
Oh yeah, the next like 5 or like the next 3 are no, the next one's like I'm not even gonna spoil it for you, but yeah, the next one's like an even smaller vehicle. I was just like,
what the fuck? I guess after the firehouse, they're like, have a break, have a quick break. What is green on this thing? Is this car moldy?
All right, let's see here. Let's see. How do I bring up the? Liquid.
It should be like the
That's
end,
good.
end attachment.
Yeah, but it's not letting me put it on there. Current loadout, power washer. I'm clicking on cleaning thing, but it's not letting me.
Yeah, because I don't. It feels like we don't have any because it says like
I just
cleaning
bought a
liquid.
bunch. I just bought some.
I don't know, maybe it's like how like we don't always get to use all of attachments or something like that. I don't know. I just work here.
Come on. Cleaning liquids.
This also isn't rust. This is mud.
Oh, I don't have the nozzle for it. That's why. There's a nozzle that I think you attach the cleaner to.
Alright.
That's what it is. Dang it.
Way to go, pigs.
I know, right? It's like the only nozzle I don't have for this thing. So I was thinking, like, oh yeah, spraying the metal stuff with like I could use the more precision power thing to get it off, but you know, spraying it with the things and getting it all at once would seem like a good plan.
Yep. Alright, yeah, because I think we've gotten about all the mid-level dirt off this thing.
Yeah, that was the thing. I was like thinking to myself, this is a good chance to try out those sprays. Damn it.
Oh god, I was using 15 degrees too. Shit.
Is it not enough?
Nope, it's yeah, I used the pinpoint on this shit. Wait, actually, I think the other not like thing was like better for that though. Nope. There we go. Oh yeah, so okay, the different nozzles do different things. Like, okay, the red one is good for stubborn.
I'm using the yellow one right now, but
No, not the tip, but the gun.
Oh, see, I'm using the level 3 gun, and it's more or less taking stuff off with as long as I'm closer using the somewhat wider one.
Yeah, there's some hard mud though. Yeah, but it's going to be fun. Like, at the very least, I have got enough enjoyment out of One Piece that, like, even if it does shit the bed at the very end, it's like, it won't make it. It's like, this is always going to be, like, a good, like, memory.
Agreed.
It might not be the franchise I get to go back to ever again, because I can't look at the same light anymore, but, like, that was the problem with the Game of Thrones ending. It's once you know that's the end, you don't ever want to go back and do it over again. Like, some of the things I always love about great series is I love going, like, I can go back to Digimon World 1. I can go back to a lot of those shows. Not,
And I think, I don't know, it's like, I didn't think the ending to Game of Thrones was as bad as everyone says it is, but I definitely didn't think it was good. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's...
But I mean, so, there's this one YouTuber, I can't think of what their name is right now, but they're a writer. They're a channel about writing, right? And they did an exercise where they rewrote the ending to Game of Thrones, and it's so much better.
Like, it's not even. It doesn't even feel like that's that. I don't know. It's like, here's the thing. It's like, you remember like what the right. Okay, you know what the directors for that. You know what the property it was. That got them that role.
No.
Wolverine Origins.
I mean, to be fair, they were doing a good job until they ran out of source material.
Yeah, the minute they had to write for themselves, that Wolverine Origins rating popped back up.
Okay, well, so, fun fact, they shouldn't have had to write for themselves.
Okay, yeah, I will give it, was it some W.C. Martin or something?
George W. Martin, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, he needs to fucking finish that book. Like, okay.
He's gonna die before that happens.
Oh, no, don't remind me. I'm a Wheel of Time fan. I had that happen to me.
Yeah, well, he's definitely gonna die. I think the problem was, because of how much it blew up with the show, I think he essentially was just too afraid of not doing a good enough job, not being able to meet up to expectations, and he's just kind of like scared himself out of finishing it. Like, I could never meet like, he's kind of like, I could never, make a good enough ending or a good enough story to match people's expectations after it being considered one of the greatest shows and stories of all time. So, also, he's stupid rich now, so he doesn't have to do anything else.
Hey, he wrote the world story for one of FromSoft's best games,
Which one was that?
Elden Ring.
That's what I thought.
Which that printed money for FromSoft.
Man, everything's printing money for FromSoft.
Unfortunately, I don't think Armored Core did as well as they were hoping it would. I don't think it did badly, but I also don't think it did like crazy good numbers either.
I don't know. I've only seen it in stores like one time to buy.
Yeah, I have it on Steam, so I love it. I generally do love it. It's just the game also punches you in the face for difficulty. Like, you know how in like Last Remnant 2, like when we hit that final boss, like there was just a fucking spike in difficulty.
Yeah, that was so bad. I hated that.
There's like 3 of those in Armored Core 6.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Well, they're very much bosses of this boss. Well, what's the tutorial? Oh, okay. You're right. I did love this. What's the tutorial? It's like you will learn the controls of this game. Next is Belarus, not Belisarius. That's Warhammer or whoever the fuck that movie was by the director nobody can agree on.
The Wolf?
No, the Snyder.
Oh,
Rebel Moon, yeah. I can't remember from that. It's I honestly forgot what I was talking about.
I'm not sure either. You kind of started jumping around.
Oh, Armored Core. Like it's
Yeah. The difficulty spikes.
yeah. It's like I was talking about the boss name. It's like this boss teach like you will understand the mechanics of the game before, or you will not beat this boss. And then the sea spider, which is very much a you will understand how to build mechs, or you will not beat this boss. And you can't even play the multiplayer until all three of those, like that last boss unlocks the multiplayer too. It's the wheels, it's the pedals.
I use the thing. There's some. The handles are also up here on it.
Yep. But once you get, I would say, once you get through those three bosses, the game very much becomes, oh, I understand how this works now. But like, I think it's like, yeah, you have the stream of it. I spent like 3 hours on the sea spider, just because I did not understand how mechs, like how they wanted you to build mechs.
I think I remember watching you play that for a while.
Yeah. But like the tutorial boss, I understood that perfectly. I understood what the controls were. I love mech games. Volteos, yeah, that was it. Volteos. I beat that boss on my first couple tries. It wasn't too hard. It's like I understood what the mechanics were. The sea spider really made me sit down and think and look at my mech like, oh, okay, this is what I need to do.
There's a little. There we go. I was gonna say it's those little nut and bolts.
Yeah, it's something. Bring it in the big wheel.
It's actually the only job we have an option for now.
Oh, this is probably gonna be like the big maker break. Fire? Oh, hey, cool.
I actually bought the thing that lets me attach the sprays to it. So that way I could be like, yeah.
Really, what nozzle is it?
It's the one that looks like it's a spray bottle's attached to the end.
Is it like on any of them, or
You have to buy it, but it looks kind of like it kind of just like the really fat end to it.
Alright, whatever. This isn't cleaning up too hard yet, so.
Yeah, it would have been better for the like the scar thing.
Yep, but so it's like I don't have a problem, especially with I have a problem with it in the Last Remnant too, just because. Okay, the final boss should not be like that, but at the same point, we also don't have great builds for that point. I don't think we should be punishing us as much as it is.
So here's my thing with builds is like, look, I get it, but the general concept is, don't sit there and let us get through the game with this type of build and then be like, yeah. I mean, they literally made
that's my
worthless.
problem. Yeah, it's. I don't think I noticed it as much when I went through it with Panda, just because we both had builds that weren't bad for that boss. But then it's like we got to that, and it's just like, oh yeah, no, a couple of like Kiyu's build just does not work here.
Yeah, it's just a little unfair. There's just a point when it's like, that's BS.
Yep, and that's kind of the problem I have with that. But like, Armored Core does it. It's like, okay, so the first 3 bosses are all gatekeepers, and then once you get past that, then there's no more of that bullshit. Like,
Yeah, I mean, the final boss is not supposed to be a gatekeeper. It's supposed to be like,
The
oh,
final
this is-
test. Yeah, not like
Yeah.
the.
Because we didn't even like the Ice King or something. We didn't even die against him.
The Ice King?
Yeah, like the one we're in that room with the ice and stuff.
Oh, the Fairy King. No, we died against him once or twice.
No, we didn't. We beat him on our first try.
I don't remember that.
No, we definitely beat him on our first try. He was the only one we did.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The previous boss is the one we just steamrolled. Okay. Fun. Yay. Where's the ladder? Yes, we do. I think you were thunder. I do love how you can kind of like look around the town too from here.
That's cool.
You never actually noticed that?
I mean, not too much. I didn't really look all that much around it, but I mean, like I know we're like next to a burger joint. Now that you mention it. Or we're next to the food market.
Yep. Yep. But at the same point, it's, yeah, they did not need to do that for that boss still.
No, it was they killed what was really a fun time. Like I don't know who thought that was okay. Like making it like such a rhythm game type thing too. It's like come on. Also, the fact is, like, even ignoring Kiku's build, like, they made it so that melees were completely worthless. So, what was even the point of having it?
I think their design philosophy is you're supposed to have several like a couple builds you can rely on at that point.
I mean, having to sit there, like, yeah, but, like, learning a different style and stuff like that, it's like... It's not like you could save builds. You had to still go through there and re-equip and unequip crap.
Yeah, I won't argue that. God, some of this stuff is on here goddamn tough. Like the hard mud, fuck. Like I'm using like my 15. I mean, this is the lightest spread. No, like it's getting this skunk off, but oh, there we go.
I'm having a hard time getting these things on the stairs off.
Yeah, I'm switching to like the red one with the stubborn removal and the swivel head.
I need to get up on top of the structure for this.
I got a good chunk of the top.
Well, no, so I could look down at it and do it.
That's a good point.
I find that the yellow works pretty well as well for most of the stuff.
Like I had to switch up to my swivel one just because some of this gunk is fucking caked on.
Alright, so I'm gonna try the metal cleaner on here. So I'm curious if the metal cleaner is something like where you spray it first and then kind of do it afterwards, or you just use it as a spray. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it probably should just be a spray it once it gets it done, I imagine. Because that feels like too many steps for like a game that's relaxing.
Well, I mean, like, if the idea is that you're sudding it up, like, you know, like putting suds and stuff on it, and then you use it afterwards. Can't tell. It doesn't look like it's coming off. Or it is. I can't tell it.
Oh, this truck is gonna take a second.
Oh yeah, it looks like it's working pretty, like spraying it, but I'm like almost like running out of it already. But yeah, it's working pretty well on it.
Yeah. I don't know. Although, speaking of stuff, hey, what have you heard about Dragon's Dogma 2? Because I've known so many people that have been like hyped as shit for that game.
I didn't even know it was a thing. I had never even heard about it. I just happened to see a YouTube thing that said Dragon's Dogma is unplayable as like the opening thing for Moist Critical, and I was like, I don't know what that is. I thought it was like a really old game, and I was like, okay, well it's clearly not, so I don't know.
Well, like the original is like a 360 game.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was assuming type of thing, so that's why I was like, I don't know.
It was Capcom's answer to Skyrim. And for what it does, it actually is fairly good. It's just... like, I don't know how the console version is, but, like, there's people who are running, like, NVIDIA, like, 490s getting stuttering. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, that is the strongest graphics card on the market right now, as far as I'm aware. Which, maybe one of the off-brands is stronger. I don't know. If he was here, he could probably tell us. But, and it's just like, yeah, no, the best thing you could possibly buy isn't strong enough to play this game.
Well,
It's like,
is that due to like high graphics or just for
optimization.
Yeah.
So far, it feels like optimization.
Yeah, we were talking about the other day, like game companies just aren't optimizing stuff anymore. Like, you have wrough.
Well, it's like it's a Japanese publisher, and Japanese publishers, I only recently like stepped into the PC marketplace, and they don't know what they're doing.
Okay, but you would design it the same way you design a normal game, so why would it matter?
Because it feels like they're not designing it for PC, they're porting it to PC. Kind of like how WB's games were like insanely awful for like the longest ass time.
I guess
once they got their PC port.
But like optimizing the 3D models and the texture maps are the same thing no matter what system they're on, or PC. So it's like that shouldn't change.
Or maybe they don't want to optimize it for PC. Like, oh, just kick it out; it'll be good. It's playable.
I mean, 3D models are optimized the same exact way. So if it's, I don't know, it feels like you could like if you were optimizing for like the PS5 or something, you would be using the same model as if you were using it on PC or Xbox as well.
I don't know. I don't know what their code looks like. It's like it's for every game too. It's like it was like one of the streamers I watched was like making a joke. It's like, oh, that game definitely has the feel of like sniffs air. It's like, I smell shitty Japanese PC ports. Because there are so many fucking god-awful PC ports of like old Japanese games, like official ones. Like Square did it awfully. Fucking Sega has done it awfully when they have. Capcom, has not actually been that awful. They've been slow, but they've been releasing quality at least. As far as I know.
Square had a big Steam sale going on.
Yeah, they currently do, but it's like, look at like their old ports. Like, you can't play the Steam version of Chrono Trigger.
What's wrong with it?
It crashes.
It's kind of surprising.
But
it's a Super Nintendo game.
But here's the thing, yeah. Oh, here's the thing though. A lot of the like before we got the Pixel Remastery collection, almost all of the fucking ports for like the classic Final Fantasies, like 1 to fucking 9 on Steam, were nearly unfucking playable.
Really? I never had them because I had I have a lot of the I had like all the Game Boy Advance games, so I had played those.
Yeah, so like, but yeah, no, their Steam ports were literally unplayable.
That's disappointing.
But then they came out with the Pixel Remastery because they were getting a lot of flack for having unplayable games. It felt like, and those work. Square's finally caught on that, like, oh, PC market good.
I haven't played it yet, but I heard they messed up the new Chrono Trigger release as well. Or not Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross.
Yeah, although I would. Chrono Cross is. Have you ever played Chrono Cross?
I beat Chrono Cross as a kid.
Did you get the true ending or the regular ending?
I don't remember. That was so long ago.
Okay, how fucking weird was the ending you remember?
I don't remember the ending, honestly. Like,
okay,
at all.
So you didn't get the AMV of the girl in Japan?
Probably not.
Oh yeah, no, the true ending to Chrono Cross is. I got it. I understand kind of what it is. I don't understand why it's there or what it's
I don't know. I mean, I don't remember being confused all that much, so I'm not really sure.
Okay, so what that old ending is, and spoilers for a 20-year-old game with a 3-year-old re-release, I guess at this point.
It's been that long already?
Like, when did the Chrono Cross Remastery come out?
I don't know. I got it on Switch at a con. I haven't played it yet.
Like, I feel like it's been out for a while. It's been out for a couple years at this point.
Probably.
But okay, so to get the true ending, you have to use the Chrono Cross spell or whatever, which I still don't know where the fuck you're supposed to find out how to use this damn thing. But you have to use 6 spell elements in a certain order and then cast it, and it insta-kills the final boss. And this is the true ending, by the way.
See, I don't remember. I remember as a kid being really confused when, like, the aliens actually wasn't a side thing, and you actually had to get the alien thing to go up to the base.
Yeah, that was there's so much why in Chrono Cross.
I still remember really liking it as a kid, though.
Yeah, it's like I said, as long as you weren't like invested in the story and how it connected to Chrono Trigger, it wasn't bad.
Okay, so at the time I never played Chrono Trigger, and I asked for Chrono Trigger for Christmas. The Chrono Trigger was no longer on the store shelves. I didn't understand that Final Fantasy, I think, Anthology is the one that had Chrono Trigger. So instead of asking for Anthology, I just said I want Chrono Trigger for Christmas. And my parents got me Chrono Cross because, well, obviously, you know.
Yeah, I worked at a Walmart game sales. I know what parents are like.
Well, they weren't selling Super Nintendo games anymore, so of course they thought I must have meant Chrono Cross.
Yep.
It's not like there's any Chrono Trigger to actually buy, so I mean, you know, that's on me.
Yep. No, I understand. But okay, so you're actually you've been watching Presents, so you're a little bit refreshed up on Chrono Trigger, right, at the moment?
Yeah, I've beaten Chrono Trigger on the DS and on the Super Nintendo, so I remember the story.
Okay, so what the end of Chrono Cross is true. Okay, so you know like the daughter of the queen from Chrono Trigger?
Yeah.
If you unleash the Chrono Cross's final spell, you finally set her free.
It's interesting because on the DS version, I believe you do that as well.
No, I'm pretty sure 'cause that's the one I played too, and I'm pretty sure she's like screwed over in that. That's the one thing. Like I went through all the endings, of just like, isn't she kind of trapped in like the time bubble now?
Maybe. I don't remember. I know that you just fight like a stronger version of Lavos if they're trapped in it.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. So that frees her, and what that does is that sends her to our worlds. And the final ending is an AMV of her in Japan.
Interesting. That's certainly a choice.
Yeah, and like I watched, like, okay, let's see what the true ending is. And like I remember, like everyone, like, I have no idea what this ending is for. And like, okay, let's just. And I remember after watching it, like, okay, I understand why this confused everybody. I don't understand it either.
I'm pretty confident I did not get the true ending then, because I don't think I knew there was a true ending.
Yeah, like you would if it wasn't for the fact that like I knew I had gotten this ultra uber kill spell. It's like use this to defeat the ancient fusion dragon. It's like, okay, yeah, that's the true ending. Because then I like, okay, how do I use this? Because I could not figure out how to fucking use the damn thing. Looked it up online, and it is just the most convoluted setup to get this spell to work. Like, I don't know where in the game it would have told you it. Oh, but you know the real kicker? So you know that fucker, Dalton, that, like, Prez just beat in his stream?
Uh-huh.
So, you know where he gets kicked out of the timeline?
Nope. I don't remember.
They don't tell you in the Chrono Trigger. It doesn't come up till Chrono Cross, actually. Apparently, he got kicked out in Chrono's timeline.
Wait, what do you mean by kicked out of the timeline?
Remember you were fighting him on the Epoch?
Oh, right.
Yeah, he lands in Chrono's time. The rival kingdom to the one you live in, he conquers that, uses that kingdom with his advanced technology to rule the world, and goes out and kills Chrono, Marl, and,
Luca?
yeah.
Wait,
About-
I thought only Luca died. I don't remember Chrono dying and Marl dying.
I'm pretty sure they're dead.
I've only seen people complaining about Luca being killed, so I'm pretty sure that... No, because I think you run into Chrono at the end of the game if you go to a certain area. Yeah, I do, because he says he always wonders if the decisions he made were important, like, about the regrets of the decisions they made.
I don't know. I know there's a character that was supposed to be Magnus that they had to not do that with because they ran out of time and money.
Oh, yeah, I remember running into him.
Oh, he's early too. And it's like, hey, that's just if you played Chrono Trigger, is that Magus? No, I'm just a mysterious, ageless magician of untold power. Sup, Magus? No, it's Magi. Yeah, but at the same point, it's like, I still get like, oh, so Dalton comes back and kicks everybody's ass? What the fuck?
I don't know. That's definitely on my, like, to play again list since I have the remaster. Since I never got to play, I never played Radical Dreamers, because that never got a release before that. But I'd always known about it.
Radical Dreamers?
Yeah. It's like a text-based prequel to Chrono Trigger.
I've never heard about that before, actually.
Yeah, they included it. It was Japanese only, but they included it in the
Oh, Chrono Cross
Chrono
remaster.
Cross
Yeah, okay, I remember hearing about that. Actually, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, because you had to understand some of that to understand fucking Chrono Cross, because I had to look up so much stuff to understand what the fuck was going on in that. And god damn, this RV is just caked with like hard shit, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, thinking back to it, I barely remember anything of the story of Chrono Cross, honestly.
Well, like the story, like, because do you know which ending to Chrono Trigger is canon?
The standard one?
All of them.
Huh.
Yeah, the time, like the first like big villain you fight, the time paradox group. Yeah, that's controlled by Lavos. The final boss is the reptoid, or the dinosaur people. Sorry about the mic. His final weapon against time, and like trying to assert their timeline.
I don't know. That's weird. I always assume like the standard ending is the standard ending, you know?
Well, yeah. Well, all the endings are like, that's kind of like the cool part I liked about Chrono Cross. All the endings are canon.
And I mean, it's one of those things where to get the other endings, you kind of have to go back and just play them again.
Oh yeah, the one where the dinosaurs inherit the Earth is really fucking hard. Like, was it that one, or what's the one where, like, was it like Marl and Chrono fight Lavos by themselves?
I don't know. I never got any of the extra endings.
Yeah, because I know, like, the hardest, like, there's particular one ending where, like, you literally only have 2 people in your party when you fight Lavos.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know that. I think I remember like watching a bunch of them on YouTube. Like, someone had a thing where they had actually posted all, not just the videos, but they had posted like ROMs of every single save states of where they were all at, so you could like save and try them yourself instead of having to replay a bunch.
Oh, that's cool. Oh my fucking god, this one is just a fucking irritating.
Let's see, can I change what stuff I have on this? I'm out of metal cleaner, I think. Plastic cleaner? Glass cleaner, but that's not.
Oh, this is detail work. This is tough.
The body's plastic, right?
Probably plastic or metal.
It's like I just sprayed the windshields with the windshield stuff, right?
Yep.
So it's like but I can't tell if it's like coming off or not. So hold on, I'm gonna try and see if I can switch the cleaning liquid. How did I just do that?
I don't know. I haven't been able to access the cleaning liquid, and I am playing mouse and keyboard.
Alright, so here we go. Glass cleaner. I have the plastic cleaner, so I'm gonna try it up here. can't tell if it's making it, like, I can't tell if, like, spraying the stuff first is making it come off easier, you know?
Yep.
Using the cleaner.
Well, what you should do for the cleaner, if it does do like that, you should do the widest nozzle. You give it a general hose, and then give it a tighter hose.
It has its own nozzle.
That's interesting. I'll say at least on that. Actually, speaking of, I think this is a Square published game. Actually,
It is. It was in the Square.
yeah. I saw that. And I was just like, oh, that explains the Final Fantasy crossover bit.
Yep, and the Tomb Raider.
I don't think Square owns Tomb Raider anymore. I think that was Crystal Dynamics.
I don't know. They did own it for a while.
Yeah, they own Crystal Dynamics, but then Crystal Dynamics shot the bed one too many times, and they sold it. They sold it off.
They could buy more for NFTs.
Don't remind me on that. Well, no. Now they're going all in on AI.
Who?
Square.
That's disappointing.
Oh yeah, no. The guy in charge of them right now is definitely a crypto bro.
That's why, like, games are like, first party games are like, or big company games are dying because tech bros are in charge of everything. It's also why the indie scene is surging, because they're not.
Well, it's like that AA studio has started taking off so much.
Yeah, because they're not run by tech bros.
Yeah. Which I'll still argue that FromSoft is a AA studio too.
I feel like they've become a AAA studio.
They produce the quality of it, but they're still a very small company.
I don't feel like the size of the company is what matters. I feel like the amount of, like, budget and stuff they put into their games and the scale of sales matter is what kind of determines that.
Like how much time and like. Okay, then what differentiates a like? So Baldur's Gate 3 is not in a AA game to you?
I honestly thought it was a AAA game. It seemed like it had everything, the makings of one.
I mean, but it was a small team. It was a small company. That's kind of where I'm getting at. It's like, dude, the difference between I would call it the AA and the AAA is it's that indie crew who's developed a decent sized company who come together and then water on that one.
To be honest, if nobody had told me about that, I would have assumed that Baldur's Gate was made by a big company.
It wasn't. And here's the thing: the company that made Baldur's Gate is roughly the same size as FromSoft. Like FromSoft is a very like small company.
Makes them more impressive.
Yeah, I know it really fucking does. But you also see problems of like what was it the guys who make like Cyberpunk and like The Witcher. Like they've only recently been able to hit like AAA status as a company. And like the minute they did and the minute they went all in on that stuff, they fucked it up.
Okay, so with at the very least with Cyberpunk, that's because of the money people saying this needs to be done, and forcing them to get it out before it was done.
Yeah, here's the thing though. I don't know if it was the writers or the money people, but the fact that when they got oh, I hate this, but when they got Keanu, it fucking killed the game. Pretty much. Because they had to go in and rewrite so much of the story because of that.
Well, I'm pretty sure once again it was someone with a lot of money that was like, let's get someone who's really popular with gamers. It's the same thing with like old YouTube reruns, Rewind. Let's get Will Smith. It's just a bunch of out-of-touch people trying to maximize their profits and doing it after it.
Well, we spent money on the celebrity, so let's get every last dime we can out of him. He is the main selling point of the game now.
Maybe they didn't have Maybe him, they shouldn't have brought him in to begin with, and they could have just not done that.
Yeah, because if you look at the original stuff for Cyberpunk, Keanu is nowhere in any of that. And the minute they get brought in, it's like there's talk. Yeah, no, we had to rewrite the whole story. And it's just like, oh, so this game was like a lot of the groundwork was laid out, and then they had to scrap all of that and redo it, which delayed the game to the point where they had to put it on, like, prep up for next gen consoles, which means they had to expand and delay again because, oh, we're prepping for next gen consoles. What we promised for previous gen. It's like it's mismanagement through and through, and it's like, was this because you had too many hands in the like too many cooks working on this, too many people like giving input because they had so much money invested into it?
I'm pretty confident it's just the whole, a bunch of execs had, like, a bunch of execs were like, this is what brings in the most money, do this, and the creatives were forced to do it.
But at the same point, they redid that story a couple times, like from where it was pretty far along.
Yeah, it was probably the exact. Remember, non-art types think that they can just do this in a couple days and it's fine. They don't understand that there's work. They just assume that people are, like, the reason they're excited about AI in general is that they think they get to just, that artists are just playing, and to an extent we are a little bit, but like they think, oh well, they're just playing, so they're not really working, so who cares what we make them do? All they see are dollar signs. That's all they ever see, and that's why they're like, it's pretty much like this. Every time investors or anything like that gets into any industry, they ruin everything because they shouldn't be here. Entrepreneurs, CEOs, tech pros, they ruin everything. If they were just being told, hey, you just manage the money, do nothing but manage the money, then it'd be fine. But then the moment they start trying to take like, well, if we do this, we make more money. No, shut up. You just do the money counting and publicity. The artist will make things happen.
Yeah. Well, it's like, well, if the artist isn't doing anything, I'm paying for everything. I'm the one with the talent here.
Yeah, it's that concept where like Elon Musk thinks that, like, everyone's like, well, look at what Elon Musk is doing. Elon Musk isn't doing anything. Elon Musk is funding things. Like that whole like thing where they like insert the metal or the chips into people's head. Like, Elon Musk didn't do anything for that other than hand money and maybe have the idea. It's not like he actually like designed it or anything.
No, he did all of it. He paid for it, so it's all his work.
Yeah, see, that's one of the problems with our stupid country is that people actually believe that crap. It's like, yeah, maybe we should focus on the people.
Well, it's something like I saw like a breakdown of it like earlier, like a little while back for like a YouTuber, and it's like we like during the 80s and 90s and stuff, people were programmed to think scientists were stupid, artists were absolute idiots, and that lawyers wanted to do nothing but scam you out of all your money. Like, go back and watch like any kind of like 90s main like most popular shows or sitcoms. They reinforce that those stereotypes to such a degree. Like,
I know.
There's like, oh, that's why people dislike medicine. They think it's just a scam. Vaccines are for idiots.
Well, I think it's funny that like artists are like, everyone talk crap about getting an art job or an art degree, and it's like it's not. We're like, you went to college for arts and stuff like that. But as soon as AI could democratize art, all of a sudden it's a lucrative business. It's like, oh, so as soon as you could have what we have, all of a sudden it's business. But when we were doing it and actually learning it, oh no, it's being a lazy bum. I'm curious where it's gonna go now, like as far as the US goes, because Europe just, I don't know if they passed or if it's written or what, but they put much more restrictions on their AI stuff.
Yep. Which will also
One of them
slow it
being,
down in the U.S. because the U.S. is all about the optimization. If you can't have a global market with it, the U.S. tends to not like it as much.
well, so I'm not 100% on that because like so the changes they made for the art related stuff was all AI bots have to show have you basically, if I was to go to Mid Journey, I'd be like, all right, Mid Journey, you have to show me everything you used to train this in your training data. That way, we can prove that you didn't take any copyrighted stuff. Because it's like, if you go up to Adobe's AI thing, it won't like, and you type in Mickey Mouse, you won't get anything that looks like Mickey Mouse. It's not trained on any copyrighted stuff. It's trained on what it owns, its own Adobe properties. But if you go up to Mid Journey and type in Mickey Mouse, you'll get Mickey Mouse.
Yeah,
So it's gonna. I feel like that's something that could happen in the States. Like, it would mean that, like, Midjourney and then would have to basically start over and retrain their devices, and if they can't retrain their stuff on copyrighted stuff, because they will get sued at that point, then it will probably change things up. But I feel like here, big enough companies will be like, well, no, we could profit more by stealing all the little people's stuff. So I don't know. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be it's gonna come down to how Disney kind of looks at it, because I know that Disney's already using AI for their stuff.
Disney's pro AI.
I know, but would they be pro AI if other people are using their properties to train the AI to make counter business?
Okay, what the fuck is with these brake lights? I think I know. Is that a brake light? Is there brake lights in the front we missed? I don't think.
I don't know. That's how I found the indicators. I think there's 3 of them.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, it's these ones at the top.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but it's like I'm not getting anything cleaned on them. Is it?
Yeah, I just got 2 of them. The one that's you're next to is the one you're standing on is the last one. Got it.
That was stupid. Okay, let's see how this look.
The rusted stuff is the hardest.
It's that caked on mud that keeps giving me trouble.
Oh, Jesus. Alright, this was hilarious. Well, they're picking some interesting stuff here. I'll give them that.
Yep. All right, we have been at this for 4 hours too.
Alright, let's just do this one and we can call it from there.
All right. I was gonna say it's starting to get late.
What time is it?
About 1.
Oh, okay.
It's not like god awful, but at the same point, I'm also going through caffeine withdrawals right now.
That's fair.
I
That's
could
fair.
use extra sleep.
Understandable. But you know, I couldn't ignore the helicopter.
Yeah. This is also part of. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is the fire. This is the backside of the fire department still.
Like, yeah, the fire department that we cleaned earlier.
God, how is this thing even fucking okay. You know something I've recently I got a kick out of? I've been going. I love going through like old like war documentaries and like people who break that stuff down. I have never met anyone who knows anything about aviation that does not find themselves utterly terrified of helicopters.
Why?
Because the way most with a couple of exceptions, twin rotary helicopters are the ones with like the blade on the top and the blade in the back, or double on the sides. How they stay afloat is the frames trying to tear itself apart.
That's kind of hilarious in its own way.
Yeah, it's like the top, like the back blade is to counterbalance the top blade. So that blade is literally jerking on the frame while the top blade lifts it up. Or wrenching on the frame, I should say. So the vast
I don't know.
majority of helicopters are literally trying to rip themselves in two.
I mean, it's kind of amusing in its own right.
Yeah. Well, it's just the beautiful world of science and crazy shit we've developed over the years, and I understand why people think it's stupid and are terrified of it so often nowadays.
What, science?
Yeah, like how stuff actually works. It's like, this is how that happens?
Yeah, but you know, at the very least, they can at least explain why it works.
Yeah, the problem
Not
is nobody gets past that point. They start hearing like, wait, this blade's literally trying to rip itself in two, and nope.
Yeah, see, fun fact, nobody should be starting the explanation with that. If that's how you're explaining it to someone who's learning, yeah, so this is basically how this works by trying to destroy itself while you're riding it. That's not a good way to start your explanation.
No. The problem is so many, like a lot of artists, scientists are not very socially adept, it feels like.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I genuinely think, like, with the AI stuff they're inventing, some of them, I'm sure not all of them, but some of them truly think, like, all this is going to do is make the world a better place. Like, but what about the part where everyone loses their jobs? Well,
Socialist government.
Yeah, the government's not going to take care of all the people. Like, it's like, oh, I just saw the thing on Philip DeFranco. It's like where they're like going to be using they're trying to combine the AI with the new robots to essentially be able to like replace like shipping factories. So it's like Amazon's one of the biggest jobs in the country, and they're struggling to find people because they do such a terrible job of taking care of their employees. So instead of like improving employee work things and like, you know, creating a good job for people to have, they're just like, let's replace them with robots. Like anything to save money for our billion-dollar company. And it's like,
Well, see,
you know,
I understand why they're thinking that's a good idea. Because it's like, oh, hey, we can just replace all the menial labor jobs with robots, and then everybody can just be everybody can either just be creative and do their own thing from then on there.
yeah, see, that would be true. That would make sense if one, you also didn't replace all the creative jobs with AI, and then on two, it's like, well, some people are just dumb and need dumb jobs, and three, it's like, if there aren't like being creative or not, like being creative doesn't pay the bills. You know what I mean? I literally had someone DM me on Discord earlier. And it's like, can I ask you something? And I was like, looked at it, and they're from like a different Discord group. I mean, I'm like, sure, what's up? And they're like, I'm I have open commissions, and I'm curious if you wanted to like commission me for something, and then just show me like a lot of their stuff. And I'm like, well, let me see your portfolio or whatever. And they linked me to their Twitter, which doesn't have that much. I don't think that they're scammers trying to scam. I think that they're just
New.
like amateur. Yeah, their stuff is okay. I mean, it's like they're just slightly beyond my ability, but not enough that I couldn't with some time.
Yep.
But it's kind of like then I was like, well, like they sent me their prices, but then they pulled them back because I think they want to try and like bargain because they thought that the prices might deter me. Which I don't know what good market price is, so it's kind of like, eh.
It depends on the artwork. And some people are charging a lot. Some people charge a minimum because they want to get their name known.
It like they had a bunch of different like prices for like full body, half body, like banners, things of that nature.
Yeah, which I've been debating on commissioning somebody for some of the stuff I'm trying to do.
I was like, I've never actually like commissioned anyone for anything because I can usually just make whatever I want myself.
No, see,
But,
I got a bunch of commissions out for Kane right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can make most of the stuff like they had like emojis and stuff. Like I made my own emojis. I can make all this stuff, but at the same time, it's like I don't have the time to sit down and make all this stuff, and I don't really care that much. So I thought, maybe I'll like commission them for something, and just see how I like it. Like I usually prefer just kind of doing stuff myself, but might be able to get some interesting stuff doing this, and like I don't mind supporting them. Like I probably won't be able to do stuff like that in the future, but at the current moment, I can. So it's like, why not?
Yep.
But like obviously, like you could make the argument, well, I don't need that. I could just have AI do it. Although I've tried to have like I like was
We've gone over a couple of those raps. Like even I brought like some of the funky tools I use because I am not an artist and I do not generally have the time or the money to get all that done for me.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting, but like it's also like concept of it's so weird what these things can and can't do.
Yeah.
It's like I've seen some amazing pieces, but I've noticed that all the ones that are truly amazing are based on copyrighted characters already.
Yeah.
It's like which I'm just assuming that there's just enough drawings of those characters that the AI can learn.
You could also get some like pseudo original stuff, but like doing a like unknown person specifically is near impossible. It feels like.
Yeah, well, I put myself in there, and it refused to make the square eyes.
Yep.
So it's like, I don't know. But then other times I'll see just make like someone posted on Reddit today like a video made entirely of AI, right?
Yeah.
And like it was like a whole trailer, and the trailer is about AI, like about humanity destroying itself and AI taking over robot bodies and like breeding humans back into existence to take care of them. It's like the story of how AI saves humanity. And I'm like, I responded with, so is this like propaganda for AI being good? Like AI wrote a story about how AI is great, or is this like AI doing a fan fiction of itself saving the world?
Oh, AI fanfiction. That's getting weirdly realistic now.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, they
I mean,
could probably do better than some of the guys in Hollywood. Like I can't remember what their names are, but they're commonly referred to as D&D. The guys who did Wolverine Origins and the end of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like,
it's weird because I find myself, it's like I'm watching this video and I'm thinking to myself, all right, if I wasn't already being biased against AI, my first thought would be, like, let's just say like an artist had done this, I've been like, this looks like someone who's being overly artsy for the sake of being artsy, and I don't like it. And now that I know that it's just AI, it's like I don't like it even more.
AI being overly artsy.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, look at the message. I don't care about your message. Make me something entertaining.
Come on, we all know that the mass use of AI is going to be in the porn industry.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong.
The internet has proven we like to fuck.
Oh Oh, I know. All those poor artists.
Think about it. What will the furries spend their money on now?
That's more of a scary thought.
If they stop commissioning art, where's all the money gonna go?
That's the scary part. We don't want to find that out.
Ah,
Could you imagine if they have money? We're in danger.
well, they have money. That's why we get so much free art to begin with.
Where are they getting their money from?
That's what I kind of want to know too. Like, how the fuck do you people afford your fursuits? That shit's expensive.
Well, I know that the what's it called? The one guy who was in charge of like the one anime porn site, let the site close because he had to make a payment for because he wanted to buy a fursuit, and it got the site shut down. I don't remember what it was, but I remember Geek doing a whole thing about it, and it became this thing on Twitter where it would trend like Fursuit Friday or something because of it, and I was just like, this is hilarious. It's sad at the same time.
Like,
You know, I'm having a good time laughing at it.
well, that whole community, it's so fun to be. As long as you can get over the sheer amount of dicks floating around on it, it's actually a very fun community. It feels like, because they're in on the joke too. I have never seen a community laugh themselves harder than the furries.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I know other like wrestling fans. It's like so many of them like, oh, it's serious. Don't joke about this stuff. It's like, no, it's not. Like that's half the fun. It's like it's joking about how fake it is sometimes, and how
I mean,
stupid it is.
You're not gonna be able to convince me otherwise. Like they made a Logan Paul action figure for wrestling. It's like, sorry, you don't get to tell me it's not a joke anymore.
And there are people that'll fight you on that.
Good. They can sit there and throw a fake punch at me.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, they have a whole movie about that. What's that movie called? Ready to Rumble. Did you ever see that?
No, I did not.
So it's an older movie now. It's about the WCW, right? It's about these two guys who truly think wrestling is real, and the main character, like, there's a bunch of real wrestlers in it, like Goldberg and stuff. But and Diamond Dallas Page is like the main villain. But basically, the fake wrestler for it, that's like for the movie, the King, he like a drunk and stuff, and they want him out of the industry. So they actually like plan a coup where instead of it being fake, they actually beat the crap out of him and pin him and ban him, and then those guys go on a quest to help him, and they end up joining up with him for real, and they have to train for real wrestling, and it goes from being this thing where everyone's telling them this is fake to where if they want to win, it becomes real. So they actually have to do the fight for real, and it's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it actually sounds fairly good.
Yep, and they have like a thing called like the triple cage where he fights in a triple cage, and they like have they have a lot of epic moments, like more epic moments than it should.
Well,
They also have like a wrestling match like against the Macho Man Randy Savage, like in a store in a convenience store.
like that's the kind of thing. Like I've recently started getting into wrestling. And it's like, oh, like like a lot of you actually don't take this seriously. Thank God. It's like, oh wait, this is actually kind of fun now.
Well, see, because here's the thing: as a kid, I thought it was real, so I was so engaged because I thought it was real as a child. Even though it kind of didn't make sense sometimes to me, 'cause I was like, I don't completely understand it, but I was also a child.
Yeah.
So I was like, it was much more dramatic and interesting. Knowing what I know as an adult and I can see it, like I can respect the amount of effort and time that they put into just being great at this. You know what I mean? Like the physical prowess. Even though I don't like Jake Paul, his physical prowess is amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was like, he worked to get good at this.
He is a true athlete. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And he's a master entertainer. It's like, I don't like him.
And I also can understand the people who like can't get past how fake it looks like a lot of the time.
Yeah. See, as a kid, like I've gone back and I've watched stuff that I've seen before, and I see it now. But as a kid, I couldn't tell.
Yeah. And it's like and sometimes they get some really good stories, like the one that WWE is doing right now with the Bloodline story arc. It's oh, I forget what the fuck his name is, but the main like forced good guy, all this, like, he was just this guy, like, he's gonna be the next top guy. It's like he's gonna be the next champion. He's the next John Cena. That's what I was thinking of. Like,
My brain immediately went to John Cena, but I was thinking to myself, really? They're saying he's gonna be the next one? He was there since he's been over there for like 10 or 15 years. How is he the next guy?
well, okay, so here's the thing. They tried to get him over. They tried to make him like, and everybody's like, okay, he's fake. You guys are pushing this guy who does not have the charisma, does not have like the talent yet. He's still young. He doesn't have like.
Okay, then you're not talking about John Cena.
I'm talking about
Definitely not.
I'm talking about Roman Reigns.
Okay, but I say you're definitely not talking about John Cena.
No, I'm talking about Roman Reigns, and for like the longest time, it's like, he's not there, he's not there, he's not there. He goes away for a bit because health issues, but perfectly fine, understandable. Take care of yourself, people. Most important thing in the world. But then he comes back and he's like, I am the champion, I am all this. But then he starts leading into, I am the person you deserve. It's like, no, we kind of hate you. And he plays into the role so fucking much. It's like, oh, no, you're the guy who thinks he's the star, who's always winning. You're the crazy heel or the crazy bad guy.
I mean, to be fair, that's how The Rock started too. The Rock was originally supposed to be like this goofy character who was supposed to be playing up his
the Hollywood Rock.
No, before that he was playing up some motion fighter type thing,
Samoan,
an ethnic, Samoan fighter. And everyone hated him, and then they made him into a heel, and he just started trash talking and doing stuff, and people even though he was supposed to be a bad guy, all of a sudden everyone loved it, and they turned him back into a good guy because everyone loved it.
Yep. Well, funny enough, they brought The Rock back again, and he's now, well, it's kind of weird, because you know how he got back into the ring?
How?
He bought himself a spot on the board of directors for the WWE. Like, he is legit on their board now.
I mean, I don't know why he'd want to be back.
I think he's using this as like a retirement out of Hollywood now.
I guess. It's one of those things where, I know,
that and his last couple movies really did not hit it off as well as they thought they were going to.
Okay, well, one, who cares? He's rich.
Yeah, but at that point, it's not about the money, it's about the fame.
It's still The Rock.
Yeah, but it's like he's a waning star at this point. It's like,
well, you know what? Part of it's his own fault because he had a thing in his contract that said he could never lose a fight in a movie. Like, losing a fight is a part of the character development.
yep. No, and unfortunately, that's a bit of the old bad wrestling stereotypes kicking in a little too much there.
He lost plenty of matches wrestling.
Yeah, but it's like once you're the champ, you stay the champ by winning constantly. It's why Hulk Hogan was around for so long. Like
Hulkster.
Yeah,
I know.
he refused to lose, and that's kind of what killed the AEW in the end too.
I don't know. I remember they had that big thing where it was Goldberg coming up and stuff like that. They had a bunch of cool little things. I don't know. I enjoyed a lot of it, but
Well, funny enough, it's I don't know if it's The Rock or one of the other guys who's one of the writers, but they brought him back as a heel too.
The Rock. I mean,
Well, the way they brought
that's-
him back so they've been building this was like Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns, like this giant rivalry. I think this storyline's had 2 years of build up, and as they're about to have their final climactic showdown match, The Rock steps in for a promo or like a wrestling promo and all that. I'm on the board. I'm taking the match against Roman for the belts. And everybody was like, "No, this is a 2-year storyline you are inserting yourself into because you had a bad movie experience, a couple bad movies." Rock The Rock came out and the audience booed. Like the entire stadium erupted in a "fuck you" boo for The Rock.
hmm. I don't know. It's like maybe that was part of the idea. Maybe that wasn't. I don't know.
No, and it's like I said, it's just interesting because you wouldn't think The Rock would be somebody that would come out and like, no, I want to be the asshole that pushes this even higher.
I mean, it was clearly part of the writing, so
Yeah, but was that done because they had to insert him, or
I don't know. Maybe they just were trying to change things up a bit. There's no way to really know.
yeah, like
I just know that there's been a lot of like controversy in the background, like how like the Undertaker just can't retire, and he literally looks dead on his feet.
oh yeah, that fucker
It's
is
like-
old.
It's like how like I know like characters like Ric Flair and stuff are old, but I always thought he was kind of getting a kick out of it, just going. Ooh, and he wasn't really fighting that much. He was just kind of like being a public figure type thing. But the Undertaker's actually out there fighting, and it genuinely looks like it's like, dude, let this man retire. Like, has he not made enough money to walk away from this yet? And I've heard that they just have like really bad retirement and like stuff like that.
Yep.
in wrestling.
Well,
It's
the
really
other problem is the person he was like kind of passing his torch onto, like his big understudy, passed away.
Who is that?
I forget, it's the guy who had the mask, like
Kane?
the dark clown mask.
I don't know.
He had,
Clown mask.
he had like a big match against John Cena a while back. It was one of like his last great ones. I forget who the hell his name was.
I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't care if his understudy died. It's like, there'll be other wrestlers. Let this man.
Let this old
He's
man
gonna
retire.
die.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to see him
He's gonna
actually
die.
die in the ring?
It's like he should have gone out as a legend. I remember seeing like one of the last thing I watched was it was like during COVID, so they were playing some of the WrestleManias for free for people, and like they had his 22-year winning streak of WrestleManias end to like just a normal guy. And it's like, really? You ended the Undertaker? Like, man, let him go out on top.
They did.
wrong.
They had Lesnar break him down.
He shouldn't have been brought down. He should have won.
Well,
and
Lesnar
just got retired.
was the big bad in the whole franchise.
Yeah, I know. I remember I ordered the pay-per-view where Lesnar lost to Eddie Guerrero, and Eddie Guerrero got the championship.
That was because that's a bit of Vince McMahon meddling, because after his initial high, Lesnar had a bunch of fucking falling out with Vince McMahon.
I know, but I get that, but it's also like it was a really good storyline with Eddie Guerrero fighting his way to the top.
Yep. Oh god, the helicopter took a little longer than I thought it was going to. Shit.
And then I know that I remember like this, like I ordered a few different pay-per-views throughout my life, like Mick Foley's final pay-per-view. I was there for I ordered that one. I saw the because I started with because of my parents wouldn't let me stay up too late to watch these things. I couldn't watch Raw that often, so and I would miss it. So I usually actually watch, but my dad would let me watch stuff at like on Thursdays. So I watched a lot more WCW.
Okay.
So I would order like I didn't get to see like Goldberg. I got to see the match where Goldberg finally lost his championship. I got to see some Royal Rumbles. There's some good times. Like wrestling was a lot of fun, but like outgrew it, which is
Not,
sad. But you know, it is what it is.
yep, no, I can definitely understand that. Where the fuck is the water tank?
It's on the side. I'm trying to get the tires and the landing gear, but I can't. Like, is it really like on the very bottom of this tire?
Well, it's Tress, not tire.
Well, TY, I still see. Yeah, there's one. Got it. I'm assuming it's this one. Yep. Like growing up, I loved watching Stone Cold Steve Austin. You know,
They still bring him back every now and then.
look, I love the old wrestlers, but their time is over.
No, Hulkamania never ends.
Man, he cannot sell it anymore.
He can in Japan.
Like, I remember watching him fight, and I was like, all right, like the first time I got to really watch a big Hulkamania time, and I was just like, this match, like, Shawn Michaels kicked the crap out of him the whole match, and then he just got up, hulked up, dropped the one leg drop, and then, oh, it was over. He won. I'm like, what? He got the crap beat out of him. He pulled off one move. How did Shawn Michaels go down?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of the bad thing. It's Hulk Hogan was never the best wrestler, but he was great at showmanship, and that's kind of where he excelled at. And the problem is now you have the upscaling of talent to where they're not only like good showmen, but they're also good wrestlers. Okay, where the fuck is this on this water tank?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to, it's like, a water tank is like these little metal bars, right?
Or is it? Oh, it's this back half here, I'm guessing. No, it's like above the numbers.
Yeah, the little metal bars.
No, it's like everything in between above the numbers.
Village.
And the numbers, apparently. Oh, yeah, here
right.
it's underneath.
Nice.
Oh, all right, let's see how this looks.
Huzzah.
Yeah, like the initial clean was easy. It's just like it took a while to get past that. Jesus fuck.
Yeah, and I can see that this next one's gonna take a little while to
Oh.
clean the mayor's mansion. All right, yeah, that sounds like a good place to stop for the night.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking at that. No, no, thank you.
All right, well, with that, you have anyone you want to raid?
Oh, who do I got up? How big was this guy? All right, he's still fairly small. Because I know a couple of the bigger guys I follow are still on. And like one person I've been rating probably a little too much lately. But all right, I'll send you the. I'll drop it in stream setup.
I like that name.
Yep.
Alright, so let's get... Is this pronounced Meta Ruler?
Yes.
Okay, I kind of like that. I like that.
Yeah, he's a fairly fun streamer, but we'll catch you all guys all later. This is going to be Aja and Pick signing off tonight.
Have a good night, everyone.
Later.